It's Wednesday, January 11th, 2023, 6 p.m. This regular meeting of the Board of Commissioners is called to order. Please join our city attorney, Mr. Trask, in the invocation and pledge of allegiance.
Our Heavenly Father, we strive to serve the people of Madeira Beach tonight. We ask not for your concern for us, but for the men and women of the United States Armed Forces who face danger every day to protect us as we exercise our rights and privileges as free citizens of this great land. We ask that you protect them and give comfort to their loved ones, make their absence from home and family short, aid them in their accomplishment of their tasks, and bring them home safely to their families as soon as their mission allows. This we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Tom. City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Mayor Hendricks,
Here.
Vice Mayor Andrews.
Here.
Commissioner Taglerini,
Here.
Commissioner Kerr,
Here.
Commissioner Hudson.
Here.
Next is approval of the agenda. Is there anything anyone would like to comment on that or move?
Mayor, I would like to talk about this coming agenda. There's a couple of items I'd like to have considered moved for the following reasons. The Johns Pass Village Activity Center was created by a respected planner who, although qualified, was not approved by the BOC, nor was an RFP issued in advance of his hiring. On November 9th, 2022, Mayor Hendricks received a letter from the State Department of Economic Opportunity. In this letter, the DEO suggested that the activity center as a future land use category fails to identify land use types and the densities and intensities of land use as required by Florida statutes. Until it appeared in a recent report sent to us by Mr. Gauthier, this letter was not shared with the Board of Commissioners and as such has not been part of the discussion for the JPV Activity Center. Third, in an effort to increase resident awareness of the details of the JPV Activity Center plan, I solicited 60 residents for their specific questions regarding this project. After receiving their questions, I submitted them to City Manager Gomez, and with 2 days, he had provided detailed answers to each question. I emailed those answers to the residents in order to provide them with the answers they needed to make informed decisions. On Monday, January 9th, last Monday, I surveyed the residents to discover how they wanted me to vote on these items. Although I only mailed the survey to 60 residents, as of 9 a.m. this morning, 110 residents had taken the survey. Apparently, some of the residents on my distribution list thought it was important enough to forward it to other residents who are not on my list. Each of the responders was required to fill in their full name and address as part of their response. This was not a Nextdoor Madeira social media survey. Of the 110 residents who took the survey, 1 was in favor, 5 were not sure, and 105 residents voted no. They were not in favor of passing these proposals. For the above reasons, I respectfully request that items A and B removed from the agenda until we can come up with a plan that our residents can support.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm just I would need to see these surveys, number one. Where? Okay, all right. I mean, you
Claire
presented
just
them on
passed
the
it
dais
out.
today. Okay.
Well,
I'm against pulling it off the agenda. If we want to discuss it, you want to bring these up during the discussion, that's terrific. This has been kicked down the road too often here. And if you send it to 60, how did you get 110?
They forwarded it to other
Okay,
residents.
well, all right.
Their names and addresses are all
Okay,
there.
well, I mean,
There are no outliers.
we haven't vetted anything. We haven't done anything, so we can't just take your word for it, Dave. I'm sorry. I think we should just keep it on the agenda. Let's have the discussion. If we can go to vote and we can go from there. I don't think that that's a valid reason to take this off the agenda and push this back on the back burner again.
I agree. We've pushed it around too much. It's been going on too long. Support leaving it on the agenda.
I would leave it on the agenda just because when we pushed it back down to the Planning Commission, it was good because it let citizens say what they wanted to say, but there wasn't any direction change or anything from that. So we've got the same thing in front of us of what we did before. So I think it's going to take the board itself to make changes if we want changes.
Excuse me, I just got an email that people at home.
Sir, I'm sorry, but this is not your turn to speak.
Volume on the internet, on this meeting, that's all I want to say.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Can you touch base with Tom? Okay,
I would say to keep it on the agenda if we decide, I mean, the last meeting, we had a lot of people come out and they didn't have an opportunity to speak their mind, regardless of whether we decide to make a motion to vote or we make a motion to table it. Regardless, I think this is a perfect opportunity for discussion. And I don't think we should squelch that opportunity.
okay. Anything else from anyone?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as is.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Vice Mayor Andrews.
Yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerr,
Yes.
Commissioner Taglerini,
No.
Mayor Hendricks.
Yes.
The motion carried 4-1.
Next is proclamations. We have a proclamation tonight for 2023 National Mentoring Month. Whereas the goals of National Mentoring Month are to raise awareness of the value of mentoring, recruit individuals to mentor, and encourage organizations to engage and integrate quality mentoring into their efforts. And whereas a mentor is a caring person who is constantly present and who devotes time to a young person to help them discover their strengths and achieve their full potential through a structured, trusting relationship. And whereas quality mentoring encourages positive choices, promotes self-esteem, supports academic achievement, and introduces young people to new ideas. And whereas mentoring programs have also been effective in combating school violence and discipline problems, substance abuse, incarceration, truancy, and whereas research shows that youth who participate in a mentoring program are more likely to finish high school and continue to college. And whereas National Mentoring Month gives us the opportunity to appreciate the staff and volunteers who dedicate their time to quality mentoring programs and celebrate the young people who have found their inner strength with the help of a mentor. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the City of Madeira Beach, Pinellas County, Florida, and I, Mayor John B. Hendricks, hereby proclaim the month of January 2023 as National Mentoring Month in our city, and urge all to observe this week by taking time to recognize and acknowledge the impact of mentors in Pinellas County who give so unselfishly of their time, talents, so students can be successful. Now it's time for public comment. If there's anyone that would like to make a public comment on anything that is not on tonight's agenda, step up to the podium, state your name and address. You have 3 minutes to speak. And just be sure it's not on tonight's agenda.
It's not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. John Lipa, 399 150th Avenue, Madeira Beach. I just want to let you know that your employee, Megan, is outstanding. She, every summer, I work with, I'm the vice president of our condo, and I work to try to get estimates of recycling costs and trash costs and all that, and water and stormwater, and she's excellent keeping me informed. And the job she did in getting the new contract with the new recycling provider was excellent. And we have more containers than we've ever had. So I want to thank you.
Great. Thanks very much. Nice to have a positive comment. Anyone else?
My name is Vivian McDowell, 910 Bay Point Drive, Madeira Beach. This is about the flood policy insurance. I received, last year I paid $1,900 and all I live on the second floor. First floor is just, they covered the outside walls. The new bill now is $3,800 for the same coverage, which is like $50,000 for building and $2,000 deductible. Why is that? I mean, can you guys, I'm sorry. And also you sent the letter out saying that you can help in the September 24th. Oh no, this is really old. Never mind. Is there something that you can help me with?
This is not something the city has a hand in. And we don't normally answer questions, but I will tell
Oh,
you,
okay, well,
everyone here is in the same boat, including myself.
but double?
I don't even carry flood insurance because it's so expensive.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Channel 640 still has
that they can go onto YouTube to watch the meeting, just YouTube City of Madeira Beach. That's a spectrum issue that we're trying to get resolved. Our apologies for that, but YouTube has volume.
Amanda Baldwin, 519 Jones Pass. My name should ring a bell with all of you as I've attempted to be voted on the Planning Commission, but it failed 2 times. I'm here to implore you to conduct an assessment of the city's community development staff, specifically the Planning and Zoning Department. From what I can determine, there are 5 employees that work in this department. By reviewing the city's website, one of those employees appears to work for both the Building Department and Planning Department. Since it appears Holden works more on the building side, let's exclude him from this scenario. So let's say the Planning and Zoning Department has 4 employees. One, as we are all aware, is very sick, and my condolences go out to her and the people most impacted by her situation. Another is on a medical leave of absence and is unknown if she will return to the office. Another, I'm not sure what his job is and how it impacts the workflow in the office. And finally, another who rarely comes to work a full day. The city pays an outside consultant to come in 2 days a week to process permit applications and answer residents' questions. Please let this information sink in. This department has 4 paid employees plus a consultant. The residents paid the salaries of these people and a consultant. In return, the residents are getting 2 days a week of work from this department. I don't know of many businesses or departments that are successful working 2 days a week. Who's working 5 days a week? Our building department. Every individual that works in that department can be seen in the community or when you come in the doors to the department. Of course, there are improvements that could be made here as well, but it's hard to improve one area when the people within see the other department in disarray. Do you know how long it takes to get a permit in this city? What is the average time frame? How many permits go through a revision? Do you know how many permits are waiting to be processed with planning and zoning versus waiting on the building official to sign off? Knowing these answers could shed light on systemic issues. For instance, maybe there are a lot of revisions because our codes are not clear and or concise, or not all corrections needed were identified originally. It's possible that there are no issues, but I can tell you personally as a realtor, as a resident who built a home in 2015, to current day where it took me a year to get plans approved for a new build, to the work I do with a local nonprofit, and in general, being a resident, hearing others complain, there are issues. If the city is aware of such issues and chooses not to address it, they're either complicit to the work environment or negligent. The taxpayers of this city deserve better.
Anyone else? Okay, next is the consent agenda. I think that's just for the minutes tonight.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as written.
There's a second?
There wasn't any minutes.
I didn't see anything.
So
No, it just got approval of minutes.
But-
Claire,
That's, just standard language that's on there. We should have
Okay.
put none.
we're good? Okay,
Mhm.
we'll move on. Next is ordinance 2023-01, Johns Pass Village Activities Center. First reading and public hearing. Mr. Trask.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll go ahead and read this ordinance by title only. Ordinance 2023-01, an ordinance of the city of Madeira Beach, Florida, adopting the Madeira Beach Johns Pass Village Activity Center Plan, providing for an introductory statement of plan, purpose and overview, providing for background, history, and community engagement, providing for the plan area, existing and proposed uses, and density intensity standards, and distinct character districts, providing for transportation impacts and connectivity, providing for coastal high hazard area considerations, providing for planning and urban design principles, providing for implementation strategies, providing for transmittal to and consideration by Forward Pinellas and the countywide planning authority, providing for transmittal to the Florida State Department of Economic Opportunity for their review and comment, providing for the filing of this amendment in the office of the city clerk, providing for conflict, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. That was the first reading of ordinance 2023-01 by title only.
Thank you.
Mayor and Commission, again, Robin Gomez, City Manager. This item before you, as we just heard the first reading, to adopt the Johns Pass Village Activity Center and culmination of it, approximately 2 years of a variety of meetings and discussions, various public meetings, and again, this item that was moved from the prior December 14th regular commission meeting to today's meeting. The plan proposes a set of specific land use guidelines and standards designed to reflect and address the unique makeup and challenge of our Johns Pass Village and Boardwalk, and a very important mixed-use tourist area for our city and really for the surrounding area and the county. The plan that has been discussed includes a significant amount of information, of data, et cetera. But I just want to reiterate the purpose of why this plan is before you and to adopt the ordinance. And the three items mainly are establish the standards and the means to preserve and rebuild the existing character, uses, and density intensity of Johns Pass Village in the event of a disaster, to reconcile the inconsistencies among existing land use characteristics in the city's comprehensive plan and the countywide rules. And third, to provide for consistency and enhancement in the activity center for future improvement, revitalization, and or potential redevelopment within the village. In short, this is an attempt really to set standards and establish the 6 different character districts for any type of future enhancement, revitalization, as has been stated. Mr. Morris, I think, has a presentation regarding the plan.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Morris. I'm the planner and GIS technician for the city of Madeira Beach. So this presentation is related to ordinance 2023-01, Johns Pass Village Activity Center Plan. The presentation connects back to the report that's included with the ordinance. And I'll go through each section related to introducing what it is, background and context, the plan itself, the transportation parts that we were required to study by Forward Pinellas, the coastal high hazard area considerations, planning and urban design principles, and implementation strategies. So, basically like what the city manager said, Johns Pass Village Activity Center Plan would protect character and uniqueness of Johns Pass Village. It'd make sure that redevelopment is compatible with existing development patterns in that part of the city. And it would also fix the current incompatibility issues in the Madeira Beach Comprehensive Plan and the Fort Pinellas Countywide Plan. On the map is the study area of the activity center. As you can see, it goes from the village and it ends at Madeira Bay and Barefoot Beach Club. Wanted to include this additional chart to explain the challenges we face currently with the current situation with incompatibilities and the opportunities by fixing it. Currently, with consistency, our comprehensive plan and our zoning need to be compatible, and our comprehensive plan needs to be compatible with the countywide plan and rules.
Can I ask a quick question on that subject?
Yeah.
If we implement this plan, would it require an amendment to the countywide plan?
Correct. It would require a map amendment.
So we're trying to align it with a countywide plan, but the countywide plan would have to change in order for this to happen.
Various other cities in Pinellas County have applied for various kinds of activity center categories because the challenges with the retail and services land use category, it's a very suburban category that limits the type of development to basically McDonald's, big box stores, garden type apartments, like very kind of stuff that's not John's Pass. So the current category doesn't work. And other cities, municipalities in Pinellas County have done similar plans to fix land use issues.
Are there any other options other than adopting this plan to help us in the event of a disaster? Could the city adopt a policy in our comprehensive plan that would allow post-disaster redevelopment up to the pre-existing level of development, subject to current land development regulations? Could we do that? If that's our only purpose, if one of our purposes, could we do something like that?
I guess are we just gonna reference the report that was sent in?
Please.
Because that was the thing that was basically the conclusion that Mr. Gauthier's report that
would you comment on it?
I mean, the information within the numbers are accurate, but it's based off of assumptions of if you had a blank slate and built everything to the absolute maximum. And as we know, John's Pass Village and the surrounding areas are mostly built out and about 12% of the land is vacant currently. Even in a scenario where we got hit by a hurricane, still most of the newer buildings would still stand. So it is not possible to have a full build out like it's like Sim City and you have like a clean slate. It's just not.
Well, I mean, that happened in Fort Myers. I mean,
The newer buildings and houses that were built post-firm still stood. The older buildings and older commercial buildings were the ones that got damaged or completely destroyed.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I interject real quick? Just for the purpose of this discussion, we've got to decide now whether or not we are going to allow Mr. Gauthier's analysis to be submitted. I mean, I've got some questions and I hope somebody has some answers, but I got some questions as to, what are we currently vetting? Did anybody on the board talk to Mr. Gauthier?
I know I've never heard from him. I don't even know.
Anybody talk to him? Did you talk to him? Okay, I did. I'm the guy that did talk to him. And I had just some simple questions. His credentials are impeccable, but I had some simple questions. I said, who hired you? And I do know who hired him. And how much did he get paid? What was the contract for? He got paid $3,000 in order to write this report. The person he wrote this report for is diabolically against this ever happening. So I'm sure you wouldn't commission a report for $3,000 if they were going to write something that would support the claim of getting it done. So I'm not questioning the guy's, he's not a Madeira Beach resident. And he has never testified in any of the trials or so I don't know where this person dug this, got this guy from. Apparently his credentials are great. He was paid $3,000 to provide expert testimony based on the beliefs of one person in the room. And also, we don't know if that person commissioned anybody else and didn't like the report and we didn't get it. Is Mr. Gauthier here tonight? Okay, so we can't ask him any questions. We can't verify any of the information. In my opinion, that would eliminate this report from even being spoken about because I don't think we have anything to verify it. Just my opinion. I just, I'd rather deal with facts than something that lands on my desk right before the meeting when this thing's been going on forever.
Thank you. I think you can find an expert somewhere to write pretty much anything, any way you want it
I
written.
was just impressed by the fact that he worked for the state for so many years reviewing these type of plans.
Right, but Dave, can you honestly say that that's an unbiased report? If he's being paid by one person who is telling him his stance on it, he found somebody that would back his play. He wasn't going to turn in the
I
report.
guess that could be true for any planner.
Exactly.
even the one
Well,
we-
wait a
even the
minute,
one
time
we
out,
hired.
time out. We know that the person that did our report had absolutely no ties to anything. He was hired by the city in order to write an unbiased report based on what we were looking for. Okay. And you know what? And this is a good segue too, because Robin hit it right on the
He
head.
was hired by the city without board approval. And I understand it was
All right,
a bit of a gray area, but I'm just saying.
Okay, but I mean, Dave's here. He can answer questions.
I know.
Okay, he can answer any questions you want to answer.
Very
And
qualified.
I will be honest. I'll throw my weight behind him that Dave Healy's forgotten more about planning and zoning in Pinellas County than any of us are ever even going to know. Okay. But I think the important thing to remember here is we've gotten way off track on this. Look, I respect everybody on this board and I think I'm actually sad that two fellows to my either side of me are going away here in a couple of months because we've gotten a lot accomplished. But I think sometimes we kind of get caught up in overanalyzing things. And I blame Healy for this because he's too damn good. He's given us way too much information to analyze and he's so thorough that if you look at what we are being asked to do by our staff, Robin just went over it. There's three things, okay? And it's on page 5. I mean, we can read them right there. That is what we're being asked to do. If somebody came up, this board sitting here right tonight will never see a project in Johns Pass. Never, sitting currently. At least 40%, maybe 60% of this board turns over. So we'll never see a project as a group and we'll never sit here, okay? So we are trying to decide on a project that doesn't even exist. What I'm saying, guys, is this is what we're being asked to do. We're being asked to come up with a plan to create an activity center to establish the standards and means to preserve and rebuild the existing character, uses, density, intensity of Johns Pass Village in the event of a disaster. This was written by our staff. These are the people that work for us. So do we not believe them that that's their cause? That's kind of where I'm at with this. I think we've gone way beyond what we're supposed.
get it, but
Dave,
as-
hold on.
Sorry.
Let me finish, please.
Sorry.
Okay, we've gone way beyond what the scope of what we've been looking to do. And I do it all the time. Trust me, this isn't new. I do it all the time. I go off on tangents all the time. But I think this one, we got to focus on what exactly we're being asked to do. And I think we've gone completely overboard the other way. It's my opinion.
Thank you. But Andrew, did you not say that the figures were correct in Mr. Goodyear's report?
I mean, he's a certified planner. He's going to give accurate information. The main thing that, so Fort Pinellas has different future land use categories. They have the neighborhood activity center. They have the resort category, which we currently have on the beach side. And instead of suggesting those categories, which are less than the proposed activity center category, but the neighborhood one would also meet the requirements. He said to just basically devalue and basically reduce what is currently allowed in that area, which would be unfair to current property owners, and it would make a lot of structures non-conforming. In our current code of ordinances, we do allow for someone to apply for like a redevelopment to build back to the same density, but that still doesn't fix that our comprehensive plan's temporary lodging density number is higher than the county's. The thing is, we have to fix this in some way. Even if you propose a category that's, or a temporary lodging density amount that's less than what's proposed in our plan, if it's a reduction from what we currently have in our Madeira Beach comprehensive plan, that would be a disservice to the community. And it would lead to basically, you have lots that become unusable, and then you have people stuck with existing structures that are now non-conforming.
Well, then would it be possible to modify the activity center designation to preserve the existing impervious surface ratio, floor area ratio, units per acre, and height restrictions? Could we do that except where areas where the density actually is lowered because of this designation?
A separate ordinance would be the zoning, which would have things like setback and height restrictions. Even if this ordinance passed tonight, the zoning that exists currently would still continue to exist because this is the future land use, which the zoning can be more restrictive than, which
Andrew, repeat that comment again, what you just said.
this ordinance doesn't impact the existing zoning. So if you have a property that is C1 or C2 down in Johns Pass, even if this got approved by, or went to the county and got approved by the state and came back for a second reading and got approved here, if there's no, you still would need a zoning ordinance to change the zoning. So,
Thank you.
yeah. This ordinance is more focused, or is focused on residential density, temporary lodging density, and floor area. And has regulations for it by character district.
And how are those densities impacted by this designation? Do they increase them or decrease them?
The character districts are what's being proposed. That's what's being proposed tonight. I mean, it really varies by district. There are some districts where there is an increase in temporary lodging density, but there's others where we reduce it to zero, like the Boardwalk district. So the thing is, the character districts allowed us to set the standards based on that specific area, because the challenge with Johns Pass is and the areas around it, there's so many different types of development. You have everything from newer, like condo hotels, to two-story commercial buildings that cover the full lot. That's what I mean. It was a very complicated process trying to scale it down to fit each area. And
So I thought when we had our meeting, the three of us the other day, that you had said we could maintain the existing density.
if you want to pass a motion to suggest adopting the plan, but with reduced density to match what exists, you're more than welcome to bring that up as a motion. Because at the end of the day, it's up to you guys to decide how this moves forward. This is just, this presentation and report are just what staff recommends, but at the end of the day, you guys vote on it. So if you want less temporary lodging density because of concerns, then just say it in the motion.
Thank you. Sorry to have sidetracked you there, but it was a topic you were talking about.
It's just, there needs, and this plan was developed after speaking with it, because were concerns about too much temporary lodging density or too intense development. So we scaled back the plan from what we first showed in 2021 because of that. And to get to the higher temporary lodging density, we require a development agreement. So the developer would have to pay for whatever infrastructure improvements to support that additional temporary lodging density. And as you know, infrastructure costs have continued to rise. Like, it's gotten much more expensive to pave roads or replace sewer pipes. And like, instead of having the homeowners here having to pay for that, the developer could pay for that impact instead, which would benefit the community by reducing the tax burden on homeowners. There has, like, the challenge, there is a challenge trying to balance, like, allowing development, but not too much development to hurt quality of life. And that's when we wrote up this plan, we tried to find this balance to make sure that there were some opportunities for redevelopment, but that redevelopment wouldn't hurt the community and that it would help make the community stronger.
Good.
Should I go? I mean, should I
Continue
go?
with the presentation.
Presentation, okay. So under background context, in the report, we look at the history of the area, kind of go through like various periods of history, and then we also talk about where kind of the compatibility issues that around 2008 that this plan, the goal would be to fix those issues. We did previous public workshop meetings, and as you know, this has been a long process. I've been working on this in one form or another since the fall of 2020. So as we know, planning can take a while to do. So it might not feel like is fresh that the public meetings, and we've done more recent work, like workshop meetings but this is just, we're talking about the meeting, and those meetings, really, we got a lot of good feedback at, to kind of scale it back to make sure that it wasn't like it wasn't too much. But to make sure, once again, to find that balance between allowing for some development, but also protecting the community's character. We looked at existing uses like down there, and this was, as you can see, it's a very kind of diverse mix of like existing like land, everything from some single family to like multifamily and commercial, and a little bit of marine commercial left there. But that's kind of one of the, and it's just that retail and services category really doesn't show that very well, because as you know, like, it's just very like a very kind of like suburban style, like what you'd see like in like Pasco County, like kind of garden style apartments, like that kind of stuff, like, and it just, Johns Pass isn't that. Johns Pass has like a, like nice walkable village area. It has a various kind of residential and tourist accommodations near the beach. It's just very different from that. We also looked at the existing density and for residential and temporary lodging and floor area. And one of the things we did know, some of the condo buildings that were built before 1980, some of them had pretty high residential densities. And then the floor area, what's interesting is what people don't realize with like floor area is you can have like a 2-story building, but if it like covers most of the lot, it'll have a fairly high in floor area that's air conditioned space in the building. Like, so we don't count like the parking garage or certain open areas, but you'll still have like a 2-story building down there that can cover most of the lot. And it's actually, which is pretty unique because you just really, outside of certain kind of downtown areas, you don't see that as much. Well, and that as the retail and services, that's like a 0.55 FAR. That's like a building, just like a 1-story building covering half the lot, or a 2-story building with parking on the ground covering part of the lot. Like that's what it's like it's just nothing really in Johns Pass or on the beach side either looks like that. We looked at average lot size, and this is important to remember, is the lots are very small down there. So something like 75 units per acre might sound like, oh man, that sounds like a lot. But if you have like a quarter acre, an eighth an acre, it actually ends up being a very tiny amount of units. There's, as you know, this area is like, in total is just only 27 acres, and a lot of the lots are these like little tiny lots, especially like on like a Pelican Lane. These are the existing future land use categories in the countywide plan and in our comprehensive plan, and it just to show kind of some of the challenges, the incompatibility issues we're talking about, where our resorts facility medium, if you have enough acreage, you can have up to a 2, but the county's limits it to 1.2. The challenges with the retail and services versus our commercial general and residential office retail. Another thing with the counties is it allows for a lot of residential density that we don't really want, because it doesn't fit what's down there. So the thing is, and also because of like hurricane evacuations and stuff, we want, one of the goals of the plan and what we aim to do was try to keep the residential density to around the same what it is currently. And for the most part, it was very close to being the same. One of the reasons why it might have gone slightly up is we were doing some cleanup related to, for some reason, there's an area of land that's on the inland side of the coastal construction control line here that that's somehow ended up being like recreation open space, even though it's a part of people's buildable property, because it's on the landward side of the coastal construction control line. So some of that was just kind of cleaning up, like noticing little, sometimes like when you start looking at the map really close, you start noticing like little issues like that you have to clean up. But it ends up technically increasing residential density slightly because you're now actually counting an area that should have been counted but wasn't, because of no one noticed it really before. Here's the overlay of the activity center. As you can see, it goes from the boardwalk about a quarter mile to Madeira Bay and Barefoot Beach Club. It ends there because those are really the last kind of taller, like either condo hotel or hotel type buildings. And beyond that, it becomes less intense. And also from a walkability standpoint, usually about like a quarter mile walk shed is what you look for. So basically around that area, this is about a quarter mile walk from here. And even when I look at advertisements for like Madeira, like some of the units in Madeira Bay, you see within walking distance of Johns Pass, which it is. We broke it down into character districts to regulate density and intensity and types of uses. Because the thing is, we realize on the beach side, that area is primarily residential with some temporary lodging mixed in. So it's important to make sure it stays like that and we don't allow standalone commercial. So the current restrictions related to commercial would continue in this area. While in the village, we actually reduced the temporary lodging density slightly in the village area to protect the existing kind of older, like older buildings that kind of give John's Pass that charm, because we didn't want to lose that by someone buying up the block to build something large. So we actually reduced it from like 60 units per acre to 45. We did increase the temporary lodging densities like slightly in the commercial core and in the Johns Pass Resort area, but you would need a development agreement, which would require public hearings, so the community would be able to give input, and the board of commissioners would have the final say over if it gets approved or not. So if the building comes in and you think it's too tall, you can say it can't be, it has to be at that height. Or if you think that there needs to be a traffic study for look at a traffic light, you could require that in the development agreement. Here is a chart that shows the density and intensities that are being proposed. The reason why it says 24 or 18 is after our planning commission meeting, staff decided to propose to reduce the transitional density, residential density slightly back to what it is currently in the resort facilities medium, based on community feedback that they wanted to keep it the same, which we also adjusted the text a bit to say that they keep the same setbacks and continue the same restrictions related to commercial on the beach side. So that's why I highlighted in red to show that change. That change would have to be included in the motion. These are densities that or floor area that would require the development agreement to reach. And then it shows the acreage of what the character districts take up. And next couple slides like show each character district. So as you can see, the boardwalk, we want it's commercial area. It should stay that way. So we restrict it. We don't allow for any residential or temporary lodging density in that area, and it would be focused on commercial and commercial recreation uses. And these lots are very small down there, so even like a 2 FAR would probably end up being at most a 3 to 4 story building, because those lots are really tiny. Like the commercial core is be a mix of some residential, temporary lodging, and commercial. We'd continue the same residential density of 15 units per acre. The temporary lodging density would increase slightly, but they do the 100 units per acre. And remember, the lots are very small down there. And there's also little like publicly owned streets. And I know a previous development that was proposed years ago suggested building over it. And the thing is, with this ordinance, it does not allow that. That is public right of way. It should stay public right of way. And this ordinance make sure to protect and improve the public right of way and not sell off what's an important public asset to the community, because it's important to protect public assets so future generations can enjoy that asset to the community. And streets are very vital to a community. John's Pass Resort is a mix of condo buildings, like mostly like kind of condos, temporary lodging, some small, there's still, it's kind of interesting. You'll have like a big condo building and then you'll have like a duplex or single family home next to it. That's what I mean. That like the beach side was very complicated because you have either stuff that was very intense or stuff that was like not as intense. So it was kind of developing that balance. But one of the things that was important was protecting the residential and temporary lodging and not allowing for standalone commercial, because we want to make sure that that area stays like comfortable for residents. And that's why the only commercial that would be allowed, it'd have to be like a mixed use development and it'd only be allowed to be like 20% of the building's floor area. So it'd be like if you built like a hotel, what would count towards commercial would be like a restaurant area or like a gift shop. The low intensity mixed use is along Pelican Lane. This area, why it was included, was in the early 2000s, it was rezoned to R3, but the future land use was never changed from residential medium to resort facilities medium, which would have been the compatible land use with that rezoning. So this was mostly kind of a cleanup to fix that issue. Once again, when you start looking at these maps, very detailed, you start noticing kind of these weird little issues that have been like kind of happened like 20 years ago or so, but no one ever really caught it until now. This area, once again, is primary residential and temporary lodging density. The only commercial you be allowed would be some mixed use, but only up to 20% of the building floor area. So it goes back to if you had a smaller like hotel or some the restaurant area would count towards the commercial. The residential density would be 18 units per acre and or 45 by right or 60 with a development agreement. The traditional village area is primarily commercial, but we would allow for some residential and temporary lodging density, but the focus of that area is commercial. And any redevelopment would have to still have commercial on the ground. It would still have to fit within the village area of John's Pass. We're proposing 15 units per acre, which would match the existing one, but actually a reduction in temporary lodging density to 45. Because once again, we wanted to make sure to protect that area, because it's like the boardwalk. It's like kind of when you think of John's Pass, you think about like village and you think about the boardwalk. So those were really important areas to protect, and we did that with this plan. Transitional is an interesting mix because you have some area. Oh, sorry about that. So transitional is interesting because you have areas that are some single family residentials mixed in there, but then you have some condo buildings. You have some various types of temporary lodging uses, and then on the landward side of Gulf Boulevard, you have condo hotels and townhomes, and then some standalone commercial use. And that transitional would continue to restrict commercial on the beach side to only being 20% of the floor area, and we wouldn't allow for any standalone commercial on the beach side. And with the units per acre, it would where staff is proposing to reduce it to 18, which would match the existing resort facilities medium. And the temporary lodging density would match what the existing resort facilities medium, which is the maximum is 75 currently. I highlighted in red what the average would be with the 18 units per acre in the transitional. As you can see, it'd be about the residential existing versus what's proposed with the 18 units per acre in transitional would basically, it's about a 1 unit difference. So most of the change is really because of fixing that weird little issue where there were some areas that were recreation open space, even though they were on the landward side of people's properties that they built their homes and other on that. As you can see, we're actually reducing it from what the existing countywide plan allows, because that's too intense and we didn't want to, we thought that was too high of residential density because that impacts like evacuations and stuff. So we wanted to keep it the same to make sure to make that we didn't like overload with like nearby shelters for evacuation. So as it's like a 1, and this is like an average, like based on like each character district. So it like once again, like John's Pass is in the surrounding areas are mostly built out. So there's areas that are significantly less than that current. But with temporary lodging right now, this is where the kind of discrepancy is, where our plan, like the average is 51, but the existing countywide plan, the average was that. So one of the things is we fix it, and with the bonus one, that would be if you got a development agreement. As you know, you have to do public hearings and other stuff. So as you can see with by right, the average is really not much different. With the floor areas, so with the countywide plan, with the floor area, it seems like they focus more on just commercial floor area. Well, our comprehensive plan regulates floor area both commercial and residential. So we have like a dual standard to make sure the count for both. Remember that the lots are very small down there, so even like a 2 floor area ratio, if you have a very tiny lot, that might only be a 3 or 4 story building because those lots are very small down there.
Mr. Mayor, I got a suggestion. Why don't we give Andrew a break here for a second
Sure.
and get a little public there's a lot of information we've already absorbed, and I'm sure some people probably have some questions or some comments that they'd like to make now. Maybe give him a break and we can go back to the rest of the presentation. Andrew, has anything changed in the presentation from the initial one that you?
I mean, the only change was the reduction of residential density and
Which you already covered, right? Right.
And there was some text change a little bit in the transitional to clearly state that it stays the same.
Okay. Yeah, I just a suggestion. I think maybe we.
Yeah, and I've got a
comment
quick
bit.
question
Okay.
anyhow, and that is, the sky is not falling here, folks. I mean, a lot of people are trying to make you think it's falling, but it's not. The increases that we do have, from what I understand, are going to have to go through a PD anyhow.
Or we'd have the zoning regulations. One of the things, the way we want to set up for the zoning ordinance is the height would be in the zoning ordinance, so you couldn't get around the height restriction. So even with a development agreement, you'd still be restricted to those height restrictions. Because we understand that the community worries about, there has to be a middle ground between allowing what's down there, because there are some taller condo buildings down there that are about 6 or 7 stories. So it needs to be able to allow the height maximums currently, because you don't want to take away people's right that they already had in what they already built. But you don't want to allow for like buildings completely out of scale. And that was, so one of the things we set up with the plan and what we would want to adopt with future zoning ordinance would be those height limits, because it seems like that's what's really the focus and kind of concerns is it falls back on the, which you don't put the height limits in the future land use, but you put that in the zoning. But we wanted to avoid that because that's always kind of the controversy about, about the height. So putting that, developing a plan and then future ordinance, putting that in the zoning would mean that even with that development agreement, you're still limited to that height.
Thank you. So your suggestion is to open the floor up to a couple of questions?
Sure.
All right. Yes, sir. And again, sir, state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
John Lipa, 399 150th Avenue, Madeira Beach. A comment and then a couple questions. One, I've been up here as an affected party in the past, and I would present what could be considered an inconvenient truth. And the dais wasn't as warm and friendly after that. So I haven't been to meetings because of that. So all I was saying is that whether you were, that report that is in question, as a resident, I would like to see it vetted and somehow melded into the existing good work. So we have a plan that everybody can live with. Now my questions. I live on 150th. The plan that you chartered and says, with all this new development, the residential and the temporary lodging and all the improvements at Johns Pass, the traffic will be less than it is now. I don't understand as a layman how that is possible. Because for 18 years before I purchased, I spent 3 weeks a year just opposite John's Pass at Beach Place. And I know what I did as a transitional resident is I traveled a lot. So, and I live on 150th, and if people are living in a residence, they got to buy groceries, which means they're going over the bridge to Publix, so how do I get on my driveway? And the other question I have is, as a resident with all this development, will I be able to go to John's Pass and park? When you all this build out and you got all this other people there, are there going to be any accommodations for residents to get into John's Pass and enjoy the boardwalk and the shops and all that? So take your break and then maybe you can answer those questions. Thank you.
So I can answer some of that now. There will always be parking for residents at John's Pass. Are you aware that we're building a parking garage at John's Pass?
No, I wasn't.
Okay, we are at that vacant lot right there at the main entrance, because we're trying to do things to generate revenue for the city. We've got the 3rd lowest millage rate in the county, and we're trying to keep it that way. We're 2.75. St. Petersburg is over 6.25. So the beach communities are doing very well on doing that, but that's things we've got to continue to do, and we've got to pay for infrastructure. Now, traffic wise, I'm going to point something out here that a lot of people don't know. First of all, the population of Madeira Beach has dropped.
Really?
It's gone from 4,400 to under 4,000. It's like 3,985 now. A lot of the traffic we get And look, I live here too, and I don't like the traffic, but if you live in a tourist area, you have traffic. A super Walmart was built right across the bridge. A Home Depot has been built down on Park and Seminole. The new Seminole Town Center, this Publix has been upgraded. A lot of this traffic we get is not necessarily from Madeira Beach. We get traffic from the Reddingtons and from Treasure Island, where they've got a new condo building going up there right now on the beach that's, I think, 5 stories tall and I don't know, probably 300 feet long. I don't know the exact dimensions, but we are how you get on and off a barrier island. So regardless of how much we try to shut down the city to not have growth, we are always going to have that growth and that traffic continuing. That's just a part of living in this area.
I understand, but even though the population, the residents has gone down, have the people who spend time here, I haven't seen 10% reduction in buildings. And then, so has it switched more to investors and transition?
I think a lot of it is that as people have gotten older, like me.
Like me.
A lot of the condominiums west of Gulf Boulevard down, particularly down by Johns Pass Village, as people have passed away and those properties have been passed on to relatives. A lot of those heirs to those places are using them as vacation homes and they're renting them out part of the year.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of it.
So
too.
the parking garage that's being built, will residents be able to get in there with their pass?
Absolutely.
Okay, because the other parking garage, you can't get in there.
That's not the
Yeah,
city's,
that's a
that's a
private
private
parking
lot.
Okay. So I go back to my other question now, is the study that you accepted, where it says there's less traffic, can help me understand how all this development creates less traffic?
So-
That's all.
So Forward Pinellas, when you do a map change amendment, you have to use their traffic generation rates. And the thing is, the way they look at it is retail and services is a very suburban oriented land use. So more like people are going to be driving to and from whatever's there, whether it's a McDonald's, Starbucks, Chick-fil-A, garden apartments, gas station, whatever, like those are going to generate a lot of trips. The thing, one of our goals with the Johns Pass Village Activity Center is we want to make Johns Pass a destination people could stay, if they come on vacation here, they could stay there without having to get in their car. So if they're staying down there at some sort of temporary lodging, vacation rental hotel, they wouldn't have to get in their car to go to their destinations. They could walk, bike, take the Suncoast Beach trolley, all that would be available to them. And another thing, with any larger development that could come in front of the Board of Commissioners, they always can request a traffic study specific to that development. Because the thing is, it's very tough to plan based off of assumptions, because planning based off of a full build out assumption that isn't going to happen, because you can't just bulldoze 27 acres of land and serve from scratch. That's just not going to happen. It'd be better to do a traffic study based off of a proposed development, so you know what improvements, like if a development going in somewhere and there's concerns about too many pedestrian, like one of the things that would be good to look at would be, but this would require a separate transportation study, would be in FDOT controls Gulf Boulevard, consolidating the crosswalks to one crosswalk with a stoplight. But as it stands right now, like we without taking the first step with this plan, we can't, we're kind of almost like stuck in limbo. I mean, with the traffic generate, I mean, those are like what Ford Pinellas uses and requires, and we made sure to use the criteria they require. And remember, even if this gets approved tonight, it would have to still go in front of them, be reviewed by their staff, have to be approved by their board, and then the county commissioners, and then it has to go to the state, and then it has to come back. So it has to go through so many channels that if they have any concern about traffic, and like they could tell us to have to change something, but since like Ford Pinellas handles, like they're in MPO, that also uniquely handles land use, but they deal with transportation and land use, so. But that's what I mean, we had to use their numbers.
And the water and the sewer is all factored in, so we make sure we can take a shower and do our business.
I mean, it goes back to any development that we're like large, that wants to get that extra temporary lodging density. They do have to, whatever, in the development agreement, if there needs to be infrastructure improvement, like placing like a sewage pipe, then it'd be important to make sure the developer pays that instead of the city.
Right, but nothing would be approved without ensuring, in addition to traffic, a lot of infrastructure, your water, your sewer, fire suppression, et cetera. All of that has to be reviewed and approved so that whatever is going in, whether it's a store, a 4-story hotel, a 250-story hotel, still has to have enough infrastructure.
Yeah, there's an impact study, and I have noticed on social media that unless you are a snowbird that owns a place down here and you're coming down for the winter, a lot of the people that are coming here for a week or 2 weeks at a time are Ubering. They're not even renting a car because the cost of renting a car has gone through the roof, and they'll take an Uber out here. And the good part about Johns Pass Village is it's a one-stop vacation area with restaurants and shopping and fishing and wave runners and the beach. So that's not what's generating the traffic in Madeira Beach.
Well, thank you for listening to me and your responses.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Anyone else?
Tom Edwards, Madeira Beach resident, protected address. The problem that I have with the process, and I told the planning commission this the other night too, is that 20 years ago, we had a planner come in, Dewani, and we got great citizen input in that. And so they came in, listened to ideals, they talked to people. We had a number of charrettes where they probably had at least 6 of them. We had a huge general meeting over at the middle school, a couple hundred people in the auditorium. We had a county commissioner come in just to sit there and was listening to the ideals. And so they were listening to what the public was saying. Johns Pass, I'm not against the activity center. I'm just against, we're starting a framework for intensity and density. That's what this is about. And there's been proposals in the past, for a 6-story hotel in Johns Pass. It's a 2018 article here. There's a proposal over on Pelican Lane.
Tom, can I interrupt you just a second? Do you have a question for us? Because we're
So
going to
this
have
is not the
public
comments,
comment.
it's just the questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll have public comment
Fine.
later. sir.
Thank you. I just want to
But-
make sure that
Yeah,
they're two
we'll
separate
get to
things.
you.
So I heard Andrew say, concerning Mr. Gauthier proposal is that the density could be lessened and we could still meet the county plan is what I understood you say. So the temporary housing wouldn't have to be as intense as what's being proposed, because obviously with planned development, you can have even greater density in your plan. Is that correct?
So the way the plan is set up is we want to not have the issues like other parts of the city with planned development. So that's why with the plan, and we also will have to adopt an ordinance with the zoning that's compatible with the plan. Because once again, this ordinance doesn't change any of the zoning down there. The zoning would have any height restrictions, setbacks. Any like restrictions like on like uses. The problem with keeping it as what the county has, it would be a significant reduction from what's in our current comprehensive plan. The thing is, there are other categories in that for Pinellas, like the countywide plan, that he could have suggested that would meet what we need. Because the retail and services just, it doesn't work. Like we have to change it to something else. Whether that's the neighborhood activity center that is slightly less than the other category, that potentially could be an option, but the existing it just doesn't work. It would make those, any vacant lot or any lot that wants to be redeveloped basically unused, unless you want to, I mean, if you want to build a Chick-fil-A down John's Pass, retail and services would be a great future land use. But if you want a nice walkable, like pedestrian scaled building with like retail on the ground and maybe a couple condo units or above it, you can't do that with retail and services.
Is there anything in Mr. Gauthier's report that's not factual?
Oh, it's a factual report.
Okay.
The issue, what it comes down to is the retail and services category in the countywide plan, it just doesn't work.
Well, again, but we could have an activity plan and we could look at these options that he's proposing too, correct?
The reduction, if the board of commissioners want to adopt something that matches the existing density in a category in the countywide plan that would match that existing density, that they can do a motion to do that. It's just the existing category, it just doesn't work. Like we have, so there has to be some sort of middle ground, because it's just reducing it from what we have current, it wouldn't be right to people that own businesses, land, homes down there. But I mean, I understand the concerns about worry about too much develop, but that's what I mean. That's why we tried with this plan, with the character districts, to scale it back to fit around that kind of balancing act. But it's just that the retail and services category like just doesn't work. I mean, we can't get around that.
Well, looking at the plan, it looked like you could pass an ordinance that would allow to build back to what's existing there now. I mean, that's what seems to be the unique character of the John's Pass. So that's what I'm asking.
Then if you have a vacant piece of land, you would go from being able to build something that fits with what currently exists in our comprehensive plan to now your piece of land is now only allowed to have either a one-story commercial building that covers half the lot or a two-story commercial building with parking on the ground. Or a single family home, like, but a very limited size, because we use floor area to regulate both residential and commercial. So that 0.55, the way we treat it would also restrict residential too, which would be a significant drop. Because a lot of people's single family homes, they're pushed, like even in our other areas, the floor area rate, like especially on some of these newer houses, they could be near like a 0.7 or 0.8 pretty easily. So that's what I mean. That is just at 0.55. It doesn't work for that area. I mean, if the commissioners want to look at, compare the activity center categories that exist, and if there's one they want to suggest that's less intense, but would fix the issue still, that is an option that you guys could do as a motion.
That's my only point, is that I'm not sure we've vetted it entirely, where there are options that the public needs to talk about.
Yeah, Tom, I agree with you. No, we haven't vetted that report. And honestly, if somebody wanted tomorrow to go out and commission another report, I guarantee you, we could get it. This could go on forever. We could just get a new report every couple of weeks and it would have whatever side you seem to be leaning on, it could go. And the other thing, and no disrespect, but the thing about that hotel that you talk about, that never saw the light of day on the board. The board never voted on that. Although somebody in the audience put it online last year and said, the commissioners voted on it and approved a
I'm not
hotel.
next door, though.
I know, that's what I'm saying. But you see where those things start to get momentum.
I got it.
We never saw that. We
If
never
you-
saw
If you were
that.
here when the Duani had their charrettes, if you were
What's that?
here, if you were here when the Duani had his charrettes and the city had a planner come in.
Right.
And there was a lot of active participation. We had some very.
We've
good-
had meetings, Tom. There have been public meetings.
And I've been to the public.
Okay,
meetings, too.
we've
I
had
was- I
public
was
meetings. We've
including
listened to the
that.
public.
Yes, I
And
was.
here's our problem. Here's the problem that I sit with right now. We've had our staff working on this. Andrew just said he's been working on it for 2 years with a planner who is, I mean, you want to talk about credentials? He's here tonight to
I
even
know
answer
I know
questions.
Mr. Healy.
Okay, great. We've had a planning commission that sat through this and nobody's got an agenda. And all of a sudden it's passed along to us. And now all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, we don't like this portion. We don't like this portion. The biggest thing you got to remember is adopting this ordinance, nothing changes. Nothing changes. You still got to go through a PD. You still have to do anything you want to do in the past that you could do right now.
It sets the framework in motion for what you're going to do with the zoning regulations.
Okay,
in the
but
future.
nobody's got a framework here. Nobody's got an agenda. You're talking about people that have no agenda that have put this plan together and they've got it through to this point. We went through a planning commission that voted 5-1. There was only 6 members there. And the only reason the other guy voted no was because he wanted to include 129 and 131st. He didn't think it was big enough. So that was the problem there. So now we're being handed this and all of a sudden, everybody's looking way too deep into this, thinking that we're going to approve of, you've heard somebody come in here and said, oh, well, the plan is to bulldoze the whole thing and turn it into an enclave hotel of hotels like it's Disney World. That'd be like,
No, it's-
I mean, John's
yeah,
Pass
it's
is
not
the
the
reason
big-
people
I know,
come here,
it's-
Tom.
right,
I mean, that would be
exactly.
like going into Magic Kingdom and bulldozing over the castle, Space Mountain and the teacups and building hotels there and expect people to still come. So I just it's very frustrating to sit here and listen to this. And then all of a sudden this hotel thing comes up that never even existed, Tom. It was a drawing. Somebody did a drawing of a hotel that never saw the light of day and you know that. Come on, let's not infect everybody.
You have seen the plans for Pelican Way with what's proposed over there too.
Okay, well, that's a whole different topic.
Well, no, it's still in the same area.
I mean, there's.
It's still in the same area.
Okay, but what we're then saying then is that our people are on the take. That's what we're saying, because now we're
I'm
going to
saying that.
design something so that developers can come in there and bulldoze the
I'm
place over.
saying that
We've had the opportunity for the
I'm
public
saying
to
the
speak.
process that was used was not well advertised and included a lot of the residents for the future of John's Pass. And it should have been more inclusive and we didn't advertise it and get as much input as we should have. That's all I'm saying.
Tom, we have
Thank you.
tried to
Thank
get
you.
input and you know as well as I do, this past Monday during a planning commission meeting, there were 2 people there, you and me. That's it.
I understand.
So a lot of it is, although we have meetings,
Again, it was.
people have other things to do.
It was
I guess that's
advertised, it
what
was
is.
advertised differently in the previous time. And with the shreds that they had here, they had a lot of public input. I've been to the 2 public meetings that were here, okay? So.
How many people were there with you?
It was a small group,
Right.
yes, right.
Thank you.
And again, because it was part of the advertising, the publication, getting the people out, putting the notices out. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you.
But I would like to say something though, when we do bring an ordinance for the zoning, which isn't this is just the future land use. We will definitely have public workshops and take input related to the zoning because we want to make sure that the zoning meets what the community wants and kind of find that balance between making sure that it protects what's there currently. It allows for some potential for redevelopment, but make sure that redevelopment doesn't have a negative impact on the people who currently live there. And that's the most, when we do bring a zoning ordinance up in front. So if we want restrictions related to, let's say, rooftop uses, you can suggest that and to be put in the zoning, and it's could potentially be an option to put in there, like on the beach side, or require certain mitigation for noise, like sound walls, like various ways. But our current, as you know, right, our current future land use and current zoning aren't really working great. And this plan starts the process to fix that and involve the community with fixing that. It's very expensive. And we made sure to do public hearings where we did mass mailings with thousands of letters. And remember, our tax dollars are used to pay for those very expensive mailings. So it's important to be strategic with having those public meetings, because you want to be effective with our tax dollars are the most important thing to spend efficiently and not waste it. And if we just kept doing too many public meetings, then we would just be spending thousands and thousands of dollars on doing mailings constantly. If we had to do like mass mailing to the city, like every other month for like a constantly doing the same public workshop, going over the same thing over and over again.
Yeah. Well, and we have gone over them a number of times.
Yeah.
Mr. Healy, if you will, chime in anytime if you can give some better clarification on some things. Yes, please, Bill, go ahead.
I'm Bill Carnes, 11055 9th Street East, Treasure Island. I've been coming to meetings for over 10, 12 years now. I'm sitting there trying to count how many in my mind. I know it's over 100 meetings that I've sat through. I've never saw a meeting run like this. Not 2 minutes into Andrew's presentation, Commissioner Tagliarini interrupts him. And this whole chaos is created out of it, where I never saw someone couldn't get their presentation done and then go to public comment and then go to the board to talk about it. My question is, why is this being handled in this fashion? It's appalling.
Well, because Vice Mayor Andrews asked that we give.
I understand that part. I'm talking about the early part.
Yeah.
And if the meeting would have went the way every other meeting in all the years of public hearing and public meetings, I just don't understand why the man wasn't allowed the opportunity to make his presentation. And the process didn't go, Tom, the way it always goes. And that's my only question.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, did I break protocol by asking a staff member a question?
Normally, we wait until the presentation is over and then ask the questions.
My question had to do with that particular topic. That's why I did it.
Thank you. Mr. Healy, would you like to give us some clarifications on the things? And then, ma'am, I'll let you ask your question then. Okay.
I believe I can, Mayor. What I'd like to do is allow Andrew to finish his presentation so that you heard the whole thing, which I know you've heard in parts before. A number of the questions relate to the report by Charles Gautier, and I am prepared in particular to address that. But I do think it appropriate perhaps for presentation to be finished, whatever questions the commission has of staff, let's do that. And then however you would normally proceed from there, the public comments or public presentation, so that we don't get put in the position of trying to answer bits and pieces of this. I think I can address a number of the questions that have been asked initially by Commissioner Tagliarini relative to his question and others that speak to what the plan provides for and why we can't do something different. and whether or not Mr. Gautier's report suggests a different avenue or path that could be followed. So at the pleasure of the board, of course, I'll either address those issues now, but I think it would be more productive if we heard the rest of the staff presentation conclude whatever.
I agree.
comments you have on
We're
that.
way off track.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna let this one young lady to go ahead and ask her question, and then we'll proceed with Mr. Morris's presentation.
My name is Bonnie Lipa. I live on 150th Avenue, Madeira Beach, Florida. I've listened very carefully tonight. I think part of the tension here that I know I feel this commission has already made their choice. Also, I listened to this gentleman very closely. And I don't have any idea of what's going to end up at John's Pass. And the reason is there are too many unknowns and too many variables. So I'm wondering, my question is to anybody, I guess, how you can take a vote on this ordinance when there are so many unknowns and variables to happen. We haven't got a sense of what even's going to happen there. I don't.
Thank you. I don't see any real changes down there for years in the future. Really, a lot of this is simply groundwork for worst case scenario. There is some vacant land down there. Maybe someday something will be built on that, but anything that happens down there is going to have to go through a planned development agreement with whatever builder comes in and decides he wants to do something. Just because this passes doesn't mean anything is going to change down there, because anything that happens has to go through the PD process.
So we
each and
don't
every
know
one.
so we don't know even what this ordinance really means, because we don't know what's going to happen
Well,
down the line.
It means that the property owners that are there can rebuild their property. But it does not mean that some big development can come in and build a big hotel down in the middle of John's Pass or anything like that. It's simply correcting things that we need to do in the event of a catastrophe. I went down to Fort Myers Beach. I went down to Sanibel days after it happened. And so I know that we need this.
Well, let's fix up what's there. Absolutely.
So
I agree with that. But keep it simple. Our concerns is getting out of control.
well, what we have are a lot of people yelling wolf, frankly. You know, Mr. Healy has worked on this for several years with city staff. I feel very confident. He's got as many credentials as anyone and is very well respected in Pinellas County and probably all over the state. So to have his work questioned, I think is not fair to him, because people are throwing these stones when they
Well,
really don't know.
Aside from that, there are many of us that are just scared.
Yeah,
That's,
I live here too, and so do the rest of these commissioners. We don't want anything that's going to affect us. I've lived here for 37 years. Do you think I want my own town destroyed?
well, right now, since I've moved here, I have a hotel and 2 condominium buildings across the street from me. So
And do
I'm
you know,
nervous.
I understand what you're saying, but I also know that property was derelict for years. And so for me as an individual, I was excited to see this little downtown area we've got finally being revitalized after my being here 37 years. I thought it would have happened long before now. And part of,
In moderation, please.
well,
That's the word.
yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
No, I said she would be the last, and then we would go ahead with the presentation. Thank you. Yes, it is. We'll have comment time after. Andrew, go ahead and continue with your presentation, please.
So this slide clarifies factors with determining density intensity of actual development that could be built down there. Instead of looking at a scenario where like if you're like playing like a Sim City game and you have like a blank piece of land to work with, because that obviously John's Pass is mostly built out. So any future development would either be on the very few vacant lots or redeveloping certain properties. As you know, the character districts protect what's there currently and make things conforming, because currently the counties, it isn't conforming, and sets maximum density intensity standards, including certain requirements where to get to a certain level of density, you have to do a development agreement, which has to go through public hearing. Future order, as I said, this doesn't change the current zoning, so any zoning restriction down there stays the same until a zoning ordinance comes through, but that would it's going to require public workshops, so we can hear concerns with the community related to setback, height, uses, and that would be put into the ordinance related to specific development standards like building height, setback, lot coverage, and design guidelines. And because we did the character districts, because there's like certain areas, like the transitional would require more setback because it's more residential focused than John's Pass, where you have commercial buildings next to each other. Another factor is private investment, like market demand, financial feasibility of the project, the property size, and the supporting infrastructure. Because at the end of the day, you need the infrastructure to support the development, because you can't plop a hotel down if this sewage and the road, like if the infrastructure can't support that. And once again, if the retail and services makes the land pretty much unusable for anything outside of kind of your general suburban style development, like Chick-fil-A, McDonald's, gas station, big box store if you have enough acreage for building and parking, or like garden style apartments, that kind of stuff. And then we have administrative legislative process or procedures where you have to do the site plan review. You have to have the development agreement that has to go in front of the public and board of commissioners. So like we make sure that the development benefits the community and doesn't hurt it. And goes back to future ordinance, we need to do the zoning, because as I said, this just does the future land use, doesn't change the zoning down there. For Pinellas, with any map amendment change like this requires looking at the traffic generation rate that they use. So remember, these are their numbers that they require. Since that was a requirement, we have to use it. Retail and services, as you can see, is a very large trip generator because it's your suburban uses that require to drive to and from, while the activity center is designed to be more walkable and pedestrian friendly. So some of those trips could be done by walking or biking or using transit, compared to having to drive everywhere like a suburban land use like retail and services require. The 50% trip that's a for Pinellas requirement. I mean, if anyone has any issues with the, for Pinellas requires us to use these when calculating it. This is a screenshot of Forward Pinellas's countywide land use strategy map with activity centers and corridors. And it shows what other activity centers. As you can see, Gulfport has the same category that we're proposing, and their downtown area itself, or near the waterfront, has similar buildings to what's like in the village. Actually, what's interesting is St. Pete Beach has a more intense activity center than what we're proposing. Because one of the other things, I did look at other activity centers in the county to make sure that we did the right fit and we didn't make it too intense. Because there's other activity centers like in down that allow for stuff that's way too that wouldn't fit with John's Pass. So that's why we're a lot more restrictive with what we're proposing. But we had to find a balance between allowing for some development, but not too much. Because we don't want to be overly restrictive, because then you devalue the property and you end up with either derelict, non-conforming buildings, vacant lots, or underutilized land with like just fast food places and other kind of land that it doesn't fit with John's Pass. And it'd be unfortunate if we had to downgrade it to that land use. So this map shows transportation and pedestrian access, and another requirement for Pinellas wants to show. So this map has existing sidewalks, which one of the challenges down John's Pass is the sidewalk network. That'd be one thing that would be worth looking at to improve, because some streets only have sidewalk on one side, and then there's streets that don't have any sidewalk. But the right of ways themselves are very narrow down there. And then I included beach access points. Another consideration we had to look at, since Madeira Beach is a coastal high hazard area. That's why we kept the residential density around the same, because we didn't want to increase it in a flood zone. The thing with temporary lodging is they evacuate it well in advance of a hurricane, and FEMA doesn't insure it. So it doesn't, but with residential, people do have to, so that's why we wanted to keep the residential density the same, to make sure evacuations, if there is a hurricane, go smooth and it doesn't overwhelm shelters. So that's what I mean, that this plan was very scaled down and very conscientious of the risks of hurricanes. The planning and urban design principles are planned, and then those the zoning, which would go into more detail, would protect what's there currently, and we'll have to address look, which the plan does address, and then the zoning would address further, relay the location, size, and density and intensity standards, connectivity, site orientation, public realm enhancements, like for example, it's very important to have wide sidewalks, because very narrow sidewalks put people closer to the road, which isn't very safe, and it also kind of restricts being able to do like sidewalk cafes and uses like that. We want to make sure that ground floor retail within John's Pass continues to be like that, because we want to make sure that at street level, it's a nice, inviting environment, while making sure that the areas on the beach side stay a mix of residential and some temporary lodging in multifamily uses. This slide shows the implementation strategies. So this step would be by adopting the activity center plan and the map amendment that's alongside this. That would be a step onward to go to the county with the map amendment change. And then it'd have to go to the state, and then it'd have to come back in front of the board again. We'd also have to adopt zoning standards that are compatible with the land use. These maps just show what's existing there currently and what is proposed. and this is the countywide plan version of it. And this is the countywide plan strategy map, as I showed earlier, that shows all the other activity centers and existing and future transit corridors in Pinellas County. And this is a forward Pinellas map. So conclusion, Madeira Beach is a vital tourist destination for Pinellas County. And the activity center designation would better reflect the existing uses and provide opportunities for future development, but with restraint to make sure that it fits within the character of the community and it benefits it and doesn't hurt the existing residents. Because it's important to find that balance. And activity center plan would allow for flexibility with more strategic planning and land development than what's current, because honestly, our current comprehensive plan, the land use categories are pretty vague with restrictions, and even the county's categories like the county's resort allows for commercial in ours. So I mean, we want to make sure it's clear that the beach side, primarily residential and temporary lodging and standalone commercial wouldn't be allowed. The activity center plan would make the Madeira Beach comprehensive plan and the countywide plan consistent, which is basically originally why this whole entire thing started, was to fix that specific issue. The activity center plan would be implemented by zoning districts, which would be in a separate ordinance, which are public meetings and public workshop to get feedback, because it'd be important to do that. And that would have more specific design standards to protect and existing character. And then these slides were the revisions just to reduce the residential density and the transitional from 24 to 18, and clean up the language to clearly state no standalone commercial allowed, and that the setbacks would stay similar to, it would match what's currently there, because most of the concern at the plan was with this district, but we wanted to make it clear that it would match what's there currently. So that was the change staff suggested after the planning commission meeting. And these would be the changes, and it would reduce the average residential density down from 19.44 to 17.83. And then the other change was just kind of a housekeeping thing to clean up one of the city lots. There was just 6 spots instead of 13. So that was the other change. If you have any other questions, I'm sure there's more public comments. But thank you for listening to my presentation.
Thank you, Andrew. So now, Mr. Healy, can you add some to this on how y'all came about a lot of this? And I'm just curious as to whether or not you had any contact with Mr. Gauthier, whether or not he contacted any of the city staff before this was written to find out the facts. I'm just curious.
To answer your last question first, I have had no contact with Mr. Gauthier. I'm not sure about any contact with respect to staff.
Okay, thank you.
I had a chance as of yesterday to read his report. I do have some preliminary observations, and I'll be happy to share those with the commission if now is the time to do that.
Yes, please.
Your first question, first of all, I think Andrew's done a great job here. This is not easy stuff to explain. It is complex. It is significant. And I think you can be reassured that your staff understands what's there now and what's proposed. And their heart and soul has been poured into this thing with respect to making sure that it does 3 things: that it protects what's there now to the best extent possible, that it provides the opportunity for gradual evolution, change, and improvement, which is inevitable, and that that opportunity be guided, it is predictable and controlled by the city so that it is managed. So a couple of the keys in the most simplistic of form here, we're trying to create a framework that ultimately governs what can occur there. We know that that change will be incremental. It depends in part on the opportunity and initiative of the private sector to want to invest. But if there isn't an opportunity, if there's no incentive to make improvements over time as may be needed, then you're stagnant. You're going to basically stay as you are until they're not able to stay as they are and things go into decline. So it's a long range plan. It is, I think, as some of you have described it, the framework, the starting point in terms of trying to define what the long-term objective and what the long-term opportunity is within the city for the Johns Pass Village area. And that as a starting point and a framework, it will depend on a series of steps that follow, including approval by the county and comments from the state. But perhaps equally important, the follow-up zoning implementation. Could that be done now? Yes, but at a great loss of time and expense without knowing that there's support for the framework to begin with. I think these things need to be approached incrementally. Typically, you make a land use plan amendment and then you follow it with the specific zoning standards that deal with height and setback and design guidelines that give you the ability not only to follow the framework in its largest sense, but also the details that go into individual project review that staff has to deal with on an ongoing basis. So I know it's a lot for the public in particular to consume and understand. I think we're going to try and address in a little more detail here the issue of density and intensity, because so much of the discussion is revolved around that. I really haven't heard any major objections to the concept of having an activity center, which I think gives identity and meaning to Johns Pass Village as part of the larger community. There are 26 or 27 activity centers throughout the county and your sister communities. It's not a novel idea. It's not a radical idea. It gives a focus and an opportunity for that activity center to interconnect, frankly, along Gulf Boulevard with the others from the south and Treasure Island, St. Pete Beach, Clearwater to the north, on what the county has described as a future secondary transit corridor. So part of the whole equation with respect to traffic and encouraging the kind of redevelopment and improvement that we hope to see is the ability and incentive to provide enhanced public transit, again, over time. None of this happens immediately. One of the lessons to be learned in redevelopment that I've certainly learned over the years is redevelopment takes an enormous amount of time. Any kind of improvement of the scale and magnitude that you're talking about here with all of the individual property owners, residential, commercial, their separate interest and stage in life and business, all enter into that equation. And early on, when we did a community redevelopment plan in Clearwater in the late 70s, had a chance to go to Baltimore and visit the Inner Harbor, which was a big new thing then, and learn directly from the mayor how long that had taken and how many attempts they made before it got to the point that it was truly a success and a cornerstone of redevelopment in Baltimore. We're not talking about anything of that scale or size here. We're talking, I think, about a fairly modest approach that will take time and ongoing efforts by the city to guide it and see that it works. As to some of the questions that have been raised about Mr. Gauthier's report, I've only read it as of yesterday and made some notes here that I'd like to observe with you. A couple of folks have asked, is it factual? In my opinion, not particularly. It's largely opinion. There isn't much fact there. It's simply a critique of what we have done, what Andrew, the staff, and I have done. It really doesn't introduce any new factual basis to depart from what in fact has been proposed. There are 5 separate factors that he has addressed. I'd like to run through each of them. The board can tell me how much time they want to devote. I can be very brief and hit only the highlights. I can go into some detail on each if there are more questions. The first and the primary focus of his opinion is what he refers to as the dramatic, massive increase in development potential. Hyperbole aside, this opinion and characterization of the proposed density intensity standards is reflected in and is the primary basis for the other comments that deal with sea level rise, transportation, plan consistency, and plan purpose, which Commissioner Taglerini asked about initially, and I'll get to that. These are really general observations about each of those 5 things. First of all, the calculations in attachment A attached to his report that he has described as massive and significant development potential are somewhat skewed and mischaracterized, in my opinion, in terms of any realistic estimate of development potential for the following 4 reasons. There are 4 things that I think are a problem with his assessment. The first is that he assumes all 27 acres will be available and used for any of the individual types of use that we enumerate: residential, temporary lodging, or floor area for non-residential. That all 27 acres will be devoted to one of those uses to extrapolate his numbers that he gets to the exclusion of all other types of use. And I simply think that's not realistic. Johns Pass Village is not going to evolve into a strictly residential community, a temporary lodging community, or for commercial use alone. It's designed as a mixed use, and the plan will govern that. So that, in fact, what he suggested is an impossibility under the plan if it's managed and administered the way it's intended. It results in an unrealistic estimate. The numbers that he shows in there simply aren't going to happen. They're not achievable. And in effect, they triple count what is enumerated in those numbers. If you look at page 9 specifically, he says, and he's talking about the transportation at this point, it's fantasy to conclude that adding 47 residential units. Well, first of all, are you talking about adding to what's already there? Of course, you're talking about additions. Some 400 lodging units and over 1 million square feet of floor area to an already developed site. It's not going to allow that to happen. If the site you assume to start with is already developed, you don't get to add all of those individual components to suggest that there's a significant overdevelopment to occur. So I do have concerns, and I take exception to the way he's characterized it. Has he multiplied the numbers correctly? Yeah, sure. He's taken the acreage, multiplied it times the bonus units available, not the standard application of the density intensity factors. So the second reason I think it isn't reliable is that he's based all of those estimates of potential additional units based on every property to be used for residential or temporary lodging or floor area ratio to gain the approval of the city, a separate individual project by project approval under the bonus provisions. Well, of course, you're going to get a higher number if you do that. And again, that simply is unrealistic, and I think it's misleading. And I don't think it's appropriate to suggest that those are numbers that are achievable. The third problem he has is that he does not account for the fact that, as Andrew has explained, the standards are proposed to act as a dual standard, such that all of the floor area ratio that he suggests is available is going to be absorbed in part by any residential development or any temporary lodging development. The floor area of those residential or temporary lodging projects are going to count against the total available floor area. So you can't double count. And effectively, that's what he's done. And the third problem is perhaps a minor one. He also fails to account for the limitation on floor area for commercial use in the Johns Pass Resort category and on the west side of Gulf Boulevard in the transitional district, where commercial use is limited to 20% of the otherwise achievable floor area. So all of those things taken together suggest to me there's an attempt here to portray an outcome that is unrealistic. There are other factors, and Andrew's slide, next to the last slide, I guess, that he used, showing the 4 different components of density. If you go back to that, Andrew, it might help to watch. You start with the activity center plan. That's the starting point, and that will provide parameters, if you will, for how much density intensity can be done. That will then be refined and applied through the zoning regulations, and those particular standards, whether it be for setback or height, in combination with the lot sizes that are available, will further likely eliminate anyone's ability to achieve the maximum potential. All of those things come into play. There is the private investment decisions. Obviously, if it isn't feasible and in the interest of a property owner, be it residential or commercial, it's not going to happen. And so it's all well and good to say, well, you can do this much, but if that doesn't work as an investment, as a homeowner, again, it's not going to happen. And lastly, you have all of your administrative procedures overseeing the whole process in terms of site plan review, the development agreement process, and anything outside those parameters that we have proposed would require an amendment. You'd literally be going through this same process for an amendment to change those parameters. Not only at the city level, but we have committed, perhaps unnecessarily, but I think it's legitimate to commit that we would not only amend the city activity center plan, but we go back to the county-wide plan and amend it as well. We're making a commitment that those are the parameters, those are the framework within which we would stay. And I think to suggest otherwise is misleading. Having said all that about density, intensity in particular, I want to go back before we move on to the other issues. It is fair and appropriate to say that most of the discussion and concern, misunderstanding, if you will, by the public and maybe by the commission have to do with density intensity. What does it mean? How do you understand what the end result will be? And to that point, I would simply say that we're comfortable with what we've recommended and have proposed, but neither I nor the staff, I think, would represent that those numbers are cast in concrete, that they're absolute, that there isn't any margin to change or make adjustments to them. It needs to represent what the commission is comfortable with, what the city is comfortable with, that is done in the best interest of the city. And so in saying that, if there are specific changes that the commission sees would be helpful to them to make them comfortable, we're open to discussion that, and let's do that. Let's not set aside the plan and throw it out because there's disagreement over a particular number. Numbers are important, but the plan is much more than that. It's a process and a long-term objective to work toward, and we can honestly disagree about what a particular standard ought to be. And if there is disagreement on that, let's talk about it tonight or whenever you want to, but let's not let the plan rise or fall on whether or not the floor area ratio for a particular character district ought to be X or Y. We can adjust that to accommodate what you believe is appropriate for the city. Let me go on and I'll move more quickly through the rest of this. The second issue he addresses is hurricane surge risk and sea level rise. His opinion, simply said, is that it would be the responsible action would be to consider reducing the existing development potential, not keep it the same, not expand it, certainly, reduce it. I think that's extremely ill-advised. And I would urge the commission to take great caution or pause before they followed that advice. It disadvantages existing property owners who have vested rights and relied on the rights they have now, in some cases for many years, to reduce those rights I think would invite litigation. I would urge you to confer with your city attorney before you went in that direction. But more importantly, maybe, well, I don't know about more importantly, but it ignores the potential to make improvements. It ignores the potential for future development to enhance sustainability for the things you want to accomplish in terms of elevating buildings, in terms of building to the current building codes and floodplain regulations. If all we set out to accomplish is to keep what's there, what's been there for a long time, without the opportunity to change and evolve, I think we've done a disservice to the larger community, but to the property owners for sure within Johns Pass Village. Seems to imply that there are issues because it's in a coastal high hazard area. First of all, I would tell you, your plan has been found by the state to be consistent with Chapter 163 for the coastal high hazard area requirements. And we represent that this amendment will similarly be found consistent to those requirements for measuring a change in the plan in a coastal high hazard area. It does not recognize, his comments don't recognize, that Chapter 342 of the Florida statutes provide for a working waterfront, which this is with the Marine District. Every community doesn't have that. And public lodging establishments, interesting enough, in that statute are recognized for their value as in state interest in providing those two types of facilities. So for all of those reasons, I don't know how to say it any more plainly. To reduce what is currently allowed in the false hope that somehow you're addressing hurricane risk and the coastal high hazard issues is A, unnecessary, and B, not a good idea. Transportation is the next issue. He says, he opines that the plan's analysis of transportation impacts is insufficient. I respectfully and wholeheartedly disagree. I should have said at the outset, I know Mr. Gautier. I like him and I respect him. I'm flummoxed by what he has said here in parts of his report. I don't understand it. The analysis provided for in the plan, as Andrew has gone through, is consistent with the countywide standards as applied to any plan amendment, not just for an activity center. Those are the standards that any local government has to address and meet for any plan amendment that requires countywide plan approval. It indicates specifically that both the current city plan and the current countywide plan generate approximately, based on their land use characteristics and acreage, 8,700 vehicle trips per day. Interesting that they coincide, but they do. Similarly, the proposed vehicle trips per day projected under the activity center is 8,769, I think, 8,789 vehicle trips per day, even without taking into account the 50% reduction. Some of the folks that are here question, how can you project there's going to be a reduction in traffic? Well, that's kind of a technical issue in the activity center thing. I don't represent to you, and I don't think staff does, that we expect traffic to decrease by 50%, but neither do we expect it to increase significantly, even with some increased improvement, revitalization, and redevelopment for the reasons cited in the report. It will encourage internal capture, meaning there are multiple uses that a given trip would visit in a day, be it a shop, a restaurant, the waterfront activities along Johns Pass. It will encourage longer stays in the community and in Johns Pass, which will, again, the mayor's alluded to this in terms of decreasing outside vehicular traffic on a daily basis. So we think we've done the transportation correctly. Andrew's actually gone further and analyzed the levels of service of the two separate lengths of Gulf Boulevard as measured by DOT and found them to have adequate existing and projected capacity. In fact, the volume to capacity ratio, which is the way the State Department of Transportation assesses that capacity, is approximately 50% or less on those two lengths. So traffic is not going to be overwhelmed, as is suggested in Mr. Gauthier's report. The other point he makes it, well, this isn't adequate. to follow those standards in that process. You need to undertake a more detailed traffic analysis based on a hypothetical maximum amount of development that you don't know what it's going to be, over what time frame and of what composition. In my opinion, it would be a waste of time and money to do that, speculating on what may happen and when it'll happen and how it'll happen. The provision that the city has in the activity center plan is to, and the practical alternative is to approach that on any significant project, to require, if you see fit, a traffic study that will document exactly what it is they propose to do, on what timetable is going to be built, and on what routes or roads it affects both externally and internally, and then to require that developer to pay any pay for any improvements, infrastructure improvements that project would generate. To me, that's just a more practical, hands-on, realistic approach. The fourth thing he talks about is the comprehensive plan consistency. He says that he finds that it is not consistent, that the activity center plan is not consistent with your comprehensive plan. I would disagree. We believe it is consistent. It has to be consistent. What he has done is cite 2 or 3 or 4 policies under the land use element dealing with residential use that says you won't increase residential density. Essentially, really the wording is dealing with maintaining current permanent densities. One of the issues that's unique to Madeira Beach and Johns Pass Village, you may have residential units approved that are in fact occupied as the primary residence, or not. They may become temporary lodging. The owner may live there part of the year, rent them out seasonally for another part of the year. With what we have done, a specific goal of ours is when we set out to do this, and Andrew has identified that, is not to increase in any significant, meaningful manner residential density, because that's a no-no in the coastal high hazard area. It poses problems for evacuation, shelter space, and so forth. The current city plan allows for 16, almost 17, I think, average residential dwelling units per acre. The proposed plan, depending on whether you choose to reduce it in the transitional district, will allow about 17 and a half. There is a minimal difference in terms, and that's an average over the entirety of the activity center. So we've been very careful not to increase. In fact, when we look at, and to some degree, these are guesstimates, we estimate that the existing residential density is probably that now, approaching the number that would be allowed in the plan. That's not to say that somebody has a lot that hasn't been built on, can't build, but we're starting with what we've got and trying to recognize that that's what we have, and we're not trying to encourage significant additional residential development. Importantly, the report fails to cite other policies that are equally important. You've got 58 pages of policies, hundreds and hundreds of policies. They all have to be looked at. You can't pick and choose among them as to which ones suit your position at the moment. I would, let me skip a couple of things here. Policy 196, under that same land use element, says the city shall recognize Johns Pass Village for its unique focal points of tourism, employment, commerce, and housing, and shall encourage redevelopment, revitalization, and assist in maintaining the beach community theme. That's very much on point. A second policy, 112, talks about intergovernmental coordination. And while there have been suggestions we don't need to do anything with the plan relative to consistency, the city of Madeira Beach shall coordinate and ensure consistency between its comprehensive plan and land development regulations with the countywide future land use plan and countywide rules. I think I have overemphasized that from day one, that we're trying to get consistent. and been accused, well, we're trying to satisfy the county. No, we're trying to make it work for Madeira Beach. If you don't give a darn about the county, we still need to make changes, and I can't drive that home enough. Commissioner Taglerini has asked, is there a different way to do it? Not really. You've got a major part of the activity center in that retail and services category that Andrew has talked about. You're not going to get the county to change their land use category that applies countywide to retail and services. There are not just that one category. I've counted in the comparison between the city plan and the countywide plan, some 4, 5, 7, 10, about 12 inconsistencies. Some of them minor, some of them have to do with temporary lodging density, some of them have to do with floor area ratio. But there are a whole host of things that would have to change within the city plan to match what's there in the county now, including reducing some of the allowances, some of the standards that apply to the property at present, which, as I've said, I think is a backward way to look at doing a plan. Is there a different way to do that? Sure. As I've said, if the density intensity standards you view as too generous or too high, not sufficiently restrictive, we can look at how we can cut those back, but still not to harm, if you will, the properties that are there today, so as not to take anything away from them. And when you start to look at what has to be done to do that, really the only practical mechanism is through this activity center plan, which the county has created for the specific purpose of recognizing a tourism center, a focal point in the community like Johns Pass Village. Why would we not opt to utilize that? There's no guarantee they're going to approve this plan. They may not like it for any number of reasons. We've tried to have conversations with them along the way, but I understand, those are board decisions from the Forward Pinellas Board and ultimately the County Commission to approve it. And there may be changes they'll recommend or negotiation that takes place that we'll have to come back to you with. But not to take advantage, I guess, of an opportunity to take a long-term view of what can be done in Johns Pass Village by doing something more than just manipulating numbers so that if somebody's there now and damaged, they can rebuild. Yeah, that's a starting point, but we ought to look ahead further than that. Somebody here tonight mentioned the Dwani plan that was done in 2000, 2002. That was exciting. It did engage the community. The problem was it left you with no specific means by which to implement it. And we've tried to be what I call do a nuts and bolts plan. There's not a lot of fluff in this thing. It's about the need to provide for what's there and the opportunity for that to change and evolve in a reasonable fashion over time. Lastly, Mr. Gauthier examines the activity center plan purpose. And this goes, I think, to Commissioner Taglerini's original question. He essentially concludes that the plan is unnecessary in order to achieve its expressed threefold purpose. I couldn't disagree more. That's just not the case. And I think I can show you why. His comments and suggestions exhibit a fundamental misunderstanding of the issues to be dealt with and the current disconnects between the city plan and in your own land development code, as well as with the countywide plan and rules. As to the first purpose, he suggests a policy in the comp plan to allow post-disaster redevelopment at the pre-existing level, subject to current standards. Well, Andrew pointed out, you already have that provision in your land development regulations. Would it be a good idea to have it in the plan too? Sure, but it doesn't accomplish anything. All it allows is if there's a disaster that person is protected to the extent of being able to build back what he had. Is that a good thing? Yes, but it doesn't move you in any forward direction. It would at best maintain the status quo. There'd be no, it's not economically realistic or viable. If someone is destroyed and has been there, the building has been there 30 years, the cost of rebuilding today is so much different than whatever that initial investment might have been. It's likely the market may have changed. It would need to be designed differently, handled differently, I would expect in today. And if there is not any economic incentive to reinvest, then it doesn't get done. So you can create the right to do it, but there's got to be a reality, an economic reality attached to this that allows for that change, as change might be needed in the event of a disaster. And it doesn't overcome the inconsistencies with the countywide rules. You're still left, if they build back the way they were, and your plan and their plan are inconsistent, it poses some potential problems for the property owner. Your code says he can build back, but what if somebody challenges that because it's not consistent with the countywide plan? What if they can't get financing because there's an inconsistency that could potentially cloud the project? Those things have to be recognized, and any good redevelopment plan is going to do that. So to put it back the way it was in the event of a disaster, in my opinion, is a non-plan. As to the second purpose, he is suggesting essentially the city just conform to the existing countywide plan, that there's no need to amend the countywide plan or adopt an activity center plan. And again, you can't get there from here. You cannot get there from here. If you ask the current property owners to conform to the existing countywide plan, they're talking about what they view as their right to be cut in half in some cases, from the 1.2 that your plan allows to the 0.55. I would ask, to consider those property owners that might be so disadvantaged were they put in that position. But so it does pose a potential financial hardship and a significant portion of the properties in Johns Pass Village. If you look, Andrew, go to the map with the existing countywide plan. I can't see it from here. Which is the right or the left?
The countywide plans on
left?
the
Okay.
left.
The
and-
red area, which is all of the boardwalk, all of the commercial core, most of the traditional village, and some up into the transitional character district, are in this retail and services plan category of the county that limits floor area ratio to the 0.55. Andrew has explained well why that doesn't work. It defeats the whole purpose of an activity center where there's mixed use, where there's a consolidated pattern of development, where the uses build on each other in terms of the mix of residential, commercial, and temporary lodging use. So there's some serious disadvantages to those folks that are in that retail and services category of the countywide plan that we need to fix somehow. If it isn't through an activity center plan, there's a whole host of individual changes that you have to make on a kind of a piecemeal basis. Can you get there? Probably. But I don't know why you would want to. As to the third perspective, I shook my head when I read this. He's, I think, very cavalierly and without any supporting documentation or analysis, totally dismisses the need to make any changes in order to facilitate revitalization, improvement, and redevelopment. It's just not factual. He's suggesting you don't need to make any change. Again, you can't get there from there with your plan. It ignores the current issues and fails to provide a mechanism for the change and evolution that will inevitably be needed for a healthy, vibrant, and successful tourist center over the next 20 years, whatever number you want to pick. So I'm disappointed in what he's done. I think it is not grounded in what's here in Madeira Beach and what the complexity of the issue is. And he suggests it be reviewed by staff, and I don't have any problem with that. I think probably staff ought to look at it. They may disagree with me in terms of the points I've raised, but in my opinion, there's not a lot in there that would suggest we need to do anything different than what we've done, except and apart from my offer initially to discuss with the commission any changes that you see the need to make with respect to specific standards for any of those three types of uses in any of the character districts. We can discuss that however the commission would like. With that, I'll be glad to try and answer your questions.
No, I appreciate it, Mr. Healy. I have no questions. I've gone over this and I have full confidence in our staff and in you. I think y'all have done a tremendous job. So I am fine with the document as written because it has come before us. It has come before zoning and planning commission, and staff has looked at it for, I think, a couple of years now. So I'm comfortable with it. The floor is open for other commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Healy. Appreciate your patience.
Sure.
So I think you touched on this, but I just want to make sure I understand. What are the disadvantages of including the preservation of existing density, floor area ratio, ISR, and height restrictions in this order? What are the disadvantages, or is that even possible?
You're talking about the existing standards in the city plan?
Yeah.
No, we want to incorporate it. We've tried, we set out, the first principle here is do no damage to what is available now under the plan. We pointed out a couple of exceptions where residential was permitted in the boardwalk district, which doesn't make any sense. And we don't suggest that you provide for that. But there's nothing wrong with that as the starting point. The problem is it doesn't really go far enough. It doesn't overcome the incongruities with the countywide plan. And it doesn't really get at trying to formulate a specific plan for Johns Pass Village based on the differentiation between the character districts, both as to use and density. It would basically allow what's there now to be replaced, or I suppose a current vacant lot to be built according to those standards, depending on how you frame it. But it doesn't move you ahead. The idea with the plan is to try and look ahead. What's the need going to be in 10, 15, 20 years, and provide some mechanism to incrementally address that.
I guess the reason I ask is that as you identified, the density and intensity is a big concern.
Mhm.
And if we are going to have to, if a developer would have to submit a plan development in order to build almost anything or to build, what would be the harm in starting by preserving the existing rates? And then as they go along, they would submit their plan development request and we would take them one at a time.
Well, the problem is you may have no authority to approve it. If it asks for a plan development that exceeds the permitted density of your plan today, you can make adjustments to building height and the details for parking and all of the things you would review under a development agreement, but you're supposed to stay within the parameters of your plan for overall density. And so if you limit it to what's there today, you don't have an opportunity to change. And equally important, even if it fits your plan and again, doesn't track with the countywide plan, there is a danger that that could not be approved. Or if it were approved, somebody could challenge it on the basis that it didn't comply with the countywide plan. I don't think you want to put you or your citizens in that position.
See, I guess it sounds like you're suggesting that in the future, we may want more density. We may want more height. We may want more floor area ratio.
No, no, I think this sets the outer limits. There's no need to get a rezoning to PD because you'll have a site plan review process. You'll have a development agreement process if they or you choose to employ it. But it's going to stay within the parameters that you set in approving this plan. Now, can those be revisited in 5 years, 10 years? Sure, and it should be. You should look at it and say, is it working? Were there some unintended consequences that we didn't anticipate, that we don't like, or have we been too restrictive that we can't accommodate things that we would like to see happen? And so while I say it sets the parameters, yes, but always within the city's ability to control, as it should be. Any plan should be reviewed periodically, updated, refined. I'm not going to stand here and tell you we've created a perfect plan because we haven't. I haven't ever seen one prepared that didn't require some nuance or some adjustment over time to reflect a condition or a situation that you had no way to anticipate perhaps at the time it was approved.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, Mr. Healy, with all due respect, that was the best, most professional, most detailed rebuttal of a critique that I have ever heard. And I mean, you had 6 weeks or so to prepare that, right?
Yeah.
24 hours. I just amazed. I mean, we don't even know if Mr. Gauthier has ever even been to John's Pass. He might have just looked at this report and made his comments and made his critique, and some of them may be valid, some of them maybe not, but I think you pretty much shot holes in just about everything that he said. I think the one thing that you brought up a little earlier, which kind of caught me, this would be the 26th or 27th activity center in Pinellas County, or be 28th or
I believe
whatever.
that's right, Andrew, isn't it? You got the exact number?
I'd have to look.
Yeah, I mean, it's
It's
irrelevant
approximate,
actually,
yeah.
right? But I mean,
Yeah.
given the existing activity centers that are in the county right now, I think we should be questioning not whether we should do this, is why John's Pass Village isn't already an activity center at this point in order to give us the privileges and the designation that we need in order to protect our business owners. It's pretty easy. This particular designation was created for this reason alone, right? I mean, that's what this was created for. So,
To give you the ability to consider it and
Right.
apply it where it applied.
yeah, I mean, look, I mean, I could probably be convinced of changing a few numbers one way or another, but I just think you did a magnificent job there. Thank you.
Thank you. And to your point about why have we done it sooner? Why hasn't Madeira Beach done it sooner? It's been in your original comprehensive plan that Johns Pass Village was an activity center. And in your current comprehensive plan, it specifically calls that out. It just never moved to the next step to do anything about it. It was done in name only, if you will. Any other questions?
Anyone else?
Yeah, if I might,
Sure.
I haven't chimed in yet. Since the last 2.5 hours. So I have a few comments on our last meeting. I asked to table this for a month because I needed more time to put my head around what was going on. And I actually went through the plan to create a kind of a matrix that I sent to the city manager, and he asked staff to confirm it, and it was pretty much confirmed. I pulled all the data points out of the presentation and tried to make them consistent to and made columns. You don't have a copy of
I
it.
do.
Based-
I do. I've
so
seen
you
it.
do?
I've
Oh,
reviewed
good.
And it's a heck of a job.
Well, that's what I need for
It was.
for
It's
my-
well done, and it makes some of those comparisons very evident and understandable.
Well, that's what I needed. So as far as the floor area ratio, the only caveat I would put there is that the proposed max, it doesn't mean anything to me. It's not, it's restricted by the zoning ordinances. So in the plan, I would just suggest that it's stated that as restricted by zoning ordinance, because your setbacks are going to be your setbacks and your maximum height's going to be your maximum heights all in zoning. So I'm not going to really concentrate on that. I concentrate more on the density. And trying to compare the actual existing, I think the first time we met, I asked for that and you complied and put it into the report. I just had to put it together for my present, my quick reference. And I'm basically at a point that I can vote for the activity center this evening with a couple tweaks. And listening to you, I think that you're not opposed to that, and speaking with others and hearing the public comment. I don't think there's a whole lot of people out there that would fight me on that. So I'll just quickly go down. The boardwalk, the density is proposed max of 0. So unless there's an actual owner that owns property on the boardwalk that has issue with that, there's nothing to discuss. On the commercial core, which is the 2 blocks parallel to the boardwalk, the existing Madeira Beach future land use is 60. Existing is much less than that. The county's a little less than that. The proposed max is 75 with a bonus of 100. So my suggestion there would just be to change that numerator to what the existing Madeira Beach future land use max is as a 60. And you can still have the 100 because that's a PD anyway. And it's going to have to go, it's a whole different bite of the apple. So it's that my experience is that takes a year of meetings and that would require approvals through the city as well. The Johns Pass Resort area, which is the area west of Gulf Boulevard, parallel to the triangle, I'll call it. I'm looking at that as being the same as the commercial core, basically 60 with a bonus of 100. Right now, the proposed is 75 with a bonus of 100. I'm a little unclear on what the Madeira Beach future land use max is.
It's 75 if you have a certain amount of acreage.
Yeah, there's one that would potentially allow for more than 60,
Okay.
depending on your acreage under the current plan.
Yeah.
Well, basically, my suggestion would, and I don't know how to put this into a motion then, but to whatever the existing Madeira Beach future land uses max with a maximum of 100 with a PD.
Okay.
A low intensity mixed use. Before I discuss that one, I want to thank Tom Edwards for bringing up the Duani plan. I've been suggesting for the last year that we do that again with the Duani plan and really look at where the city's going. I took the time today to read the four pages or whatever that's in the Duani plan. And it's really an interesting read for anyone. I suggest on that whole Pelican Lane, how that can be really developed and without impacting the overall city, only benefit the city and that whole area. And again, I suggest anybody that has access to that, read that. I really don't have any problem with the 4560, except that the actual existing is 34. So I might suggest 3560. 60 being the bonus. I'm not really stuck on that, but I at least want that into discussion.
Okay.
The transitional village actually goes down because there's 0 density there now. The Madeira Beach future land use is 60 and the proposed is 45. if there's no issue with existing owners there, I'm fine with that. And then the transitional period, transitional is 50 with a bonus of 75. I don't have a problem with that. But listening to the meetings with at the Planning Association where staff recommended dropping the residential density down to a maximum of 18. I think that's a good move. And Andrew mentioned a couple other suggestions at the end of his presentation that had to do with the transitional area, I believe. So I don't know how to, I'd like tonight to actually propose to move forward and to approve this based on some of those changes, but I don't know if anyone had any input. But I'd like to get your input first on those.
As to the change, to the
As to
commercial core,
those density changes.
yeah, as to the commercial core change, to make that 60 and 100, I don't have any problem with that. I think that reflects what is there now in terms of rights or availability.
Right.
And it still allows us to go to the 100 should there be a ability.
And property rights are property rights. And if they bought that property and it had 60, now I have a problem with just taking that away.
Right. On the Johns Pass Resort, based on what Andrew had said with the availability of 75 now, I would leave that at 75 and 100 for the Johns Pass Resort.
All right, but there was additional verbiage, I think, there.
No, that's a transitional district. That was the additional verbiage. Am I not right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I
So I would leave that one alone. As to changing the low intensity mixed use to 35 and 60. I don't have any objection to that. There does appear to be some existing use at, well, it's at 34.
At 34.
Yeah. I don't know if 45 is problematic. I don't know that 35 is a big difference. I guess I'd be inclined to make it 40 at least. So there's some margin there above what we already recognize is there, but that's just a preference, Commissioner. It's not,
Okay.
that's not a big deal to me. I have no right to speak here on behalf of the city. Let me say that first of all. The manager and or Andrew may want to weigh in and say they don't like any of that.
I'm open for input. That's why I bring it out.
Yeah,
But
I probably
No
was
objection.
premature in responding that I didn't have a problem with it.
I open the floor.
No, I just wanted, is there, Dave seems to be looking at something. Is there?
I believe it's a lot of notes on it. As the meeting went on, I'm jotting notes, but I do believe Robin sent that edited copy to all the commissioners.
You had made, we
the
can
PDF.
print some of them out.
I made 10 printouts for the, yeah.
Andrew, you probably know more about
Oh,
exactly.
look at that.
what's
Laura
there.
already.
Okay. no problem.
And commissioners,
But
let me
just-
jump in here. You really should not be committing yourselves to anything just yet. You have not heard from the public.
Yeah,
So there should not be a consensus trying to be gained before you hear from the public.
Stick to the discussion.
Understood. But I believe that those changes meet the three goals of the activity center to be able to rebuild under, so all the buildings there are not, that are non-conforming now would be conforming because of the floor area ratio. As far as the density, because we actually looked at what's existing and would help hit the second goal of the consistency between the city and the county, because really there's not a whole lot of difference there. But with the bonus with the PD, it meets your goal, I say your goal of revitalization so that to spur investment. But they're not being, everything's not being approved here. That's just another bite at the apple down the road.
Correct, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, anyone else on the commission?
Are we discussing between ourselves or are these questions for Mr. Healy?
I think we're still on questions for Mr. Ely.
Okay, no.
Thank you, Mr. Ely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, so what you're saying is, run down this for me real quick.
It's, I'm going to share mine with you only because I have a lot of it in green. But basically, I'm changing the numerator on some of these on the proposed max. See how it's 60 because because that's what the existing Madeira Beach plan is. If they can bring in a PD that shows 100 and it gets through all the processes, great. That's what it's all about. So this will be 75, 100. Is that what it is now? Because I was proposing 60, 100 because that's what I pulled out of the plan, but Andrew's suggesting that it's 75.
Keep it at.
So
keep it at
that would be
75.
75 because that's what's there.
Okay.
And then I'm not real strong on that one way or the other as far as the 35 or on
Or 45.
or 45. It's
Why don't, if we're going to negotiate on these others, why don't we keep it at 45? Since we're
and that's
dropping this one back.
and that's fine.
Okay,
And then just maintaining the residential max at 18, which is what was suggested by staff after their meeting with the public.
okay.
Commissioner Kerr, just so I'm clear, I think your main focus is on the core, right? Bringing the core one down 60 to 100, right?
Basically, yeah,
Okay.
yes, yeah.
I think that's perfectly, that's a good negotiation. That's perfectly okay. I'd leave the other ones the same, just because I think Mr. Healy made some good points as far as giving us the ability to grow. It doesn't mean we have to grow to those, but it gives us the ability to grow. But I can certainly knock that down to 60. Yes.
Okay. Is there any public comment on this?
Point of order, Mr. Mayor Hendricks, as we have already broken protocol and allow public to ask some questions, I'd like to allow the residents to be able to ask questions as part of their time, so that we can be equal to the people. I saw at least 2 people who were interested in asking questions.
Well, when we were doing that, there were not hands up at that time. This young lady here, I said hers would be the last question. The floor is open for comment.
And point of order, what criteria are you using to decide that the earlier people could ask questions, but now they can't?
We're not continuing questions throughout this proceeding. Questions are cut off. The floor is open for public comment.
Joe Jorgensen, it's 13019 Boca Ciega Avenue, and my office is across the street from the entrance to John's Pass. So I guess I'd be an affected party. When this whole thing came out, first of all, let me compliment you on calling this John's Pass Village Activity Center and then doubling the size of it. I was a little surprised at that. When it first came out, I was all for it because I was told that it was help you rebuild John's Pass and that you couldn't take density or space away from those people. So we needed to change the rules down there. And I think that's a wonderful thing and I'd support that 100%. But all of a sudden we've added the west side of Gulf Boulevard. We've added the section above it, which is the Madeira Bay Resort area. And called it John's Pass Village. And a lot of people were confused over that because they're thinking about the village. And when we look at all these presentations tonight, the major focus is the village. And I think that something needs to be done for the village. And Mr. Haley's correct. Economically, it probably wouldn't be right to limit them to the present density they have or size that they have. And you know, with today's market, it would be better to have some of those buildings bigger. And I think that that's a good thing. And I think it's a wonderful thing for John's Pass Village. I don't think what you're talking about now has been vetted enough on the people who live on the west side of Gulf Boulevard, or the people that are outside of the village area that thought it was just John's Pass Village. I think it'd be a wonderful thing tonight if you passed the section that has to do with John's Pass Village. All of the issues you've talked about, they're all fair, they're all right. I like the density that Mr. Carr brought up. He's made, you can see he's put his time in on this. Still got a minute, I'm watching it. You can see he put his time in on this, and I think that his comments were well taken. I know Mr. Tagliarini had the question about the activity center, and Andrew said that other cities have applied for them. I don't know how many other cities on the beaches that have applied for them. That would be what I'd want to know. But I can't ask questions, so I'll just leave that question there. I think I've gotten a lot of feedback from a lot of people, and the people on Gulf Lane are scared. They're scared of what's going to happen if this goes through. I think that if you'd approve the John's Pass Village section of it, that nobody's going to argue that point. I talked to somebody today that said, I've talked to a lot of people. I've had one person that disagreed with doing something in John's Pass, and they probably live in Seminole, so we won't worry about them. But I think it's important that you do something, and I think it's important that you take care of the village. And I think it's more time has to be spent on those other areas to get more input. And if they know this is coming, I think that you have a meeting and they'll be there. And I think that would be a good thing.
Thank you, Joe.
I'm over it, Will.
Anyone else?
Bill Carnes, 11055 9th Street East. I think the city's done an excellent job in getting the activity zone on the board at the right time. It's at a time when we saw total devastation down south. I own properties in the past. I own properties that are non-conforming in the past. And I know myself, and I know numerous of the people that are in attendance tonight, some of which couldn't stay up this late, and I guess they left, but they were here to save the village. And I think that's the gist of the whole thing. Whether density's up or down a little bit, it's a process. It's a long process, if anything ever happened. But I think it's imperative that the board pass this to save the village. For years when I was doing the town center development, it's all I heard. Oh, save our little sleeping fishing village. Well, it hasn't been a sleepy fishing village since 1980 when they built the high rises here. This is an opportunity to save the village, give the business owners and the property owners an opportunity to rebuild their properties back the way they have it now. And I thank you all for your hard work.
Thank you. Anyone else? What did you do?
Getting old and walking downstairs. That's all it is. Jerry Cantrell, 13322 First Street East. I'm an affected party. All right. And I submitted my paperwork in time. It was received, and I came up after working one night at school. I was actually at meetings. I got out about 7:30. I came up and I was told I was not an affected party. I couldn't speak. Something happened clerically with the paperwork. You let everybody else speak out here. Again, I was shut down and not allowed to come up and ask a question. Now I've got 3 minutes where everybody else has had any opportunity they want. There's nothing equitable there. All right. So I want to start with that. It was unfair, it's unreasonable, and it's unjust. I'm going to stick to that. You are wrong. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. So with that said, one of the things that was brought up, you talk about John Pass Activity Village, but you also mentioned something about a neighborhood activity. And I don't know the difference between the two because that was never covered. And I may not even be saying the word proper that he mentioned. But there's a different ratio from what I understand that could actually be perceived or looked at in doing this to make sure that you can actually redevelop the area if it needs to be done or continue on with the development. You're going on with a further level for John's Pass activity. Why was the other not considered? Another thing, all right, I've worked in businesses and major corporations where I have 10,000 people I got to work with. All right, if I do that, I have to have more than one meeting to get the input and the consensus I need to make sure we're taking the meeting, the business in the proper direction. I'm a teacher at a school. I have 2,000 students I'm responsible for. If I need to get input on what's going on there, I cannot have one meeting and know that I've got everything covered that I've got. You did one meeting for public citizens. I'm assuming that's what it is, business owners and property owners. No, one for business, one for property. There's no way you could have covered all the comments that needed to be covered during that time. The whole issue you guys got is perception. You didn't manage your communication properly. Didn't happen. It's all on you, what you're going through right now. You didn't do your job. There's a due diligence. It's simple. Nothing else needs to be said. You guys need to go back and ask the citizens what they actually want. I don't think you have a bad idea personally. I think how you're delivering it is forcing it on people and not allowing them to understand that it's probably a good idea. You're making a bad choice by not giving people actual access and say. It's up to you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Bill Gay, 423 150th Avenue, Madeira Beach, Florida. I've been through the development wars here for a number of years. And I guess what I would say about this in terms of process was that, as Jerry and Tom have said, there was not very much community input when this was put together. And this was a behind the scenes kind of plan that was done by our hired consultant with very few meetings with citizens who would be most affected by it. Not only people that are affected by it in the particular area on the south end of town, but also us up here as traffic will increase as this plan goes into effect. I also want to point out that I hired Mr. Gauthier, and I know that Doug has raised questions about that, and Doug knows that I did hire him. I didn't give him any constraints when I hired him, and I said, take a look at this thing and tell me what you think about it. And I think some of his comments are quite good, and they should be taken into consideration. I know Mr. Healy has discounted some of those comments, but I think they need to be taken more seriously than what's been happening here. The other thing I'll say that Mr. Healy was involved in the Madeira Beach Town Center, and he assured the commission that everything was compliant with the applications submitted by not only the Madeira Beach Town Center, but also by Holton's property, Holiday Isles Marina. That case went to court, and the court, this is a 3-judge panel, appellate division, said, hey, this plan is not compliant. You have to go back and do some negotiations with either the city or else the plaintiff. So Mr. Healy does not have a clean record. He's not the person I would have hired to take a look at this situation. The other thing that's been mentioned here is that, well, you have the land development ordinances here that would allow us to cut back on what development might actually take place there. What we can learn from this is that during the Palladino administration, during this administration, the Planning Commission has not paid much attention to setbacks. They've not paid very much attention to heights. And those cases, the Schooner, for example, is in litigation now. There are problems currently with the Cambria in regards to setbacks, and also the Carnes condos on 150th Avenue. and they will be coming up for review sometime, I think, with the court. So in terms of the argument that, the Planning Commission and the Board of Commissioners would make sure the ordinances are followed in regard to height and density and setbacks. That's not been the case by this commission. It's not been the case by the Planning Commission here also. The other thing I'll mention is that there's been a lot of consolidation of properties down in.
Time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Right. Hello, my name is David Babb, 7867 Sailboat Key Boulevard in South Pasadena. I'm a resident. I grew up here in Seminole, moved away, became an architect. So not that planning makes any sense to architects either. So the citizens shouldn't feel like this is an incredibly complex topic to unpack in a meeting. It's difficult to read a newspaper article, understand what's going on. I think the critiques on we don't know what's going on or this wasn't well communicated, I think the commission should respond to that in future processes. To me, it looks like you guys have had years of open public information. So what's happened here with this report seems fairly standard. I urge the commission to vote yes and just get it done with, because it seems like you've been on this path for a long time. Nothing here says it's going to be a new Miami Beach or some sort of terrible Disney reincarnated. This is with public input saying we want to keep the boardwalk, we want to keep the village atmosphere. The existing land uses are a 1960s carryover of a car-based society. Returning to an activity center means returning to typical American development, where landowners can choose what goes on their site. Is it going to be, am I going to put apartments above my little shop? Suburbia said only one land use in one site. Everything must be separated. That's not Johns Pass Village. That's not Madeira Beach. If you vote yes for this activity center, you're saying I want a walkable, exciting place to be. All the activity centers in Pinellas County are places people want to go. That's what the Visit Clearwater brochure displays. If you vote no, you're destined for Chick-fil-A's as your redevelopment. I think that's pretty clear. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mayor, Commissioners, Jeff Beggins, 429 Boca Ciega Drive. I'll just speak as a resident and not as a real estate guy at all. To defend you guys, I feel I need to go do. The people, the ideas that are being put forth that there wasn't time to talk about this is complete BS. I've been to multiple meetings in the village, multiple meetings at City Hall, all advertised, multiple meetings at the workshops, multiple meetings at Planning and Zoning, multiple meetings at the commission where you guys actually sent it back to Planning and Zoning, the revisited Planning and Zoning, and it's just not right. And I want to commend you guys, all of the staff, for doing a lot of work and hiring great experts to guide, because ultimately that's their job. And as a resident, I just want to say thank you to the staff for putting in years of work on this one, and for the commission for doing what is right for the future generations, and for those naysayers who just are saying things that aren't true, it's just not right. So I urge you guys to pass this because it's good for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, Mayor. Thank you. Barry Rubin. I'm the president of the Treasure Island and Madeira Beach Chamber of Commerce. Our offices are at 12601 Gulf Boulevard, just on the other side of Johns Pass and Treasure Island. We can actually see Johns Pass from our offices, so we are quite affected by this. I just wanted to mirror what Mr. Beggins said and thank you all for your hard work this evening. I know there were some dispersions cast and I feel they're unfounded. I feel we're in a very, very fortunate position to have this particular commission, this particular mayor, this particular city manager here right now, because I have a strong feeling that you will all vote in the affirmative. We're going to have a unanimous vote tonight, and this is going to be passed, and we're going to be able to move on with the work for the city. I want to thank the city for the work that they did, the staff. I think it's tremendous work. I read the plan. It's very, very well done. It's very understandable for a guy who is not a a zoning and use attorney, which I am not. But I was able to understand it very clearly. I feel if you listen and you hear both sides, there really isn't both sides. This is an absolute no-brainer. And I know for a fact this commission is going to vote unanimously in the affirmative. And I just want to thank you all for the work you do. I know sometimes it's thankless. I know sometimes you get barbs sent at you. This evening, I was horrified by some of the things that were said about the people on this commission. This is a brilliant and informed commission. And your love of this city is obvious to me and should be obvious to everybody else. And I want to thank you all very much for all you do. I get choked up because I feel very strongly about each and every one of you. And I want to thank you for the work you do. I want to thank the staff for the work that they put into this. I want to thank Mr. Gomez and Counselor for all that you've done. And I'm looking forward to the affirmative vote, and we can move on and just be the greatest city at the beach. So thank you all again very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mayor, Commission, City staff. My name is Jim Everett, 17404 Second Street, East Reddington Shores, but I was a resident of Madeira for over 10 years. I served on planning and zoning for 5 of those 10 years. And I've heard all these before. So no matter how many public meetings you have, no matter how well you advertise it, no matter how much money you spend, no matter how many meetings you have, you're always going to hear, you guys are making a decision in the dark and we didn't have an opportunity to give you input. Well, that's a bunch of crap. They've had tons of time to give you input. I can tell you that from experience. Johns Pass is Pinellas County's #1 tourist attraction, and it deserves to be preserved. I'm in the insurance business and I have clients in Southwest Florida. And I can tell you right now, there are people down there with non-conforming properties that have been told they cannot reconstruct. What you're doing now is future-proofing that area. It remedies the non-conforming issues, but it still gives you the flexibility that you have inside the PD. You don't know how fortunate you are when compared to other beach communities that you have that vehicle for development, that you can have give and take conversations with developers and make the right decisions. There are other cities that made draconian decisions years ago, and they're now hamstrung and are suffering with, let's build a box, setback to setback, because that's all they can do to achieve the density to encourage development. So you're living yourself the flexibility to have some input and some give and take conversations with developers. And that's because of the PD, which is a great vehicle to have use of. I'll just point out by saying I'm also on the board of directors of the Treasure Island Madeira Beach Chamber, and your business, tax, and commercial revenues are crucial to your community. And I know every one of you on that dais understand that, which is very encouraging to me. That's what keeps your millage rate low. That's what keeps your personal property taxes on your resident low. And this plan gives the ability for that downtown area in Johns Pass to continue to thrive and flourish, even if it were to undergo a disaster like was suffered south of us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'm Edwards, Madeira Beach resident, protected address. I also agree with thanking Andrew for, the research that you had to do on this. And Mr. Healy, I've been in other presentations with him before. He's very knowledgeable. The problem is, as what the one gentleman says, is the messaging and getting people involved. You just can't go ahead and post a notice and hope that people are going to show up. Again, when we were doing the charrettes and we were getting the people involved, it went out in the newspapers. There was, and we have internet now, emails can be sent out to people. This is going to come up for a topic. So if you're going to have a topic come up and you're going to come in discussing zoning in the future concerning this, I'm not against the activity center. I told you that before. I see the viability of having that. But I think that you need to do a better job of messaging, as that one gentleman said, if you want to have the people participate, because Johns Pass is a very, very important commercial and tourist center. We want to go ahead, and it's walkable. People like having it the way it is right now as a nautical theme. And we want to keep it that way. And we don't want to see development come in that's going to be inconsistent with the area. So I think if if you need that input, you need to go ahead and better advertise for the upcoming zoning that will be applied to that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
State your name.
Name and address, please, sir.
Benjamin Mallow. It's my address. 1700 Gulf Boulevard, Bel Air Shore or Beach. I get confused. I'm under the impression that, God forbid, something took place like a hurricane or disastrous event, and the friendly fishermen, use them as an example, with the lighthouse was destroyed. Can we rebuild it to the original condition? And I've been told, based on today's zoning, it's non-conformant. So these are things that, you know, our family owns a portion of Johns Pass. We feel privileged to own a portion of Johns Pass. I've never done business in a city that was so easy to work with as Madeira Beach. We've made a lot of improvements over there, and we appreciate everyone here that works for the city. But if we couldn't put things back, God forbid something happened, it would be a very detrimental thing to us financially. And we have a family, the Hubbards, I think, have been around for 100 years. And they occupy a lot of that space. And it would be a terrible thing not to be able to put back something the way it should be. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Brandon Looper, 7262 Sawgrass Point Drive. I'm here representing my family. We own a couple properties in the past, two of them being 12900 Gulf Boulevard and 12850 Village Boulevard. We are all in favor of this activity zone as it paves the way for us, like Ben said, to rebuild with an easy transition and no hesitation on any doubts that we're not able to rebuild. This ordinance would allow us a quick post-disaster ability to rebuild without any additional stress to the situation.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. And I will say, we all got a copy of 29 business owners in Johns Pass Village, all in support of this. Just so that's in the record. So does anyone else have anything they want to talk about amongst the commission?
I just want to say that what we're about to do here is basically allowing business owners to rebuild their non-conforming structures and allow for revitalization only through a PD. So we're not handing additional value to any property owner. You would have to earn it through investment. So that's stating that. I'd like to make a motion.
Wait.
Okay.
Okay, I've kind of a question for Andrew. If somebody, a single family home or duplex, something like that in the low intensity or the resort area lost their home in a storm that came by tomorrow, would they be allowed to rebuild their current square footage?
I mean, we have the redevelopment planning process to allow the build back. The issue on the beach side was more with some of the larger condo buildings and other used as like vacation rentals. They can. So I mean, that's what I mean. That was kind of the challenge is on the beach side, there's a really diverse mix of different types of development. And but that's the reason why it was included to clean that up. Because currently, as shown, our resort facilities medium category doesn't match up with the county's resort. So no, that had to be cleaned up also. Because as you can see, the county's is floor area is 1.2, ours allows up to 2 if you have enough acreage. And our residential is lower, but our temporary lodging's higher, allows up to 75. So, I mean, some of this stuff, the challenge is it was fixing some larger issues, some smaller issues, but no matter what, the plan needs to be conforming with the countywide plan map. So fixing these issues was important, especially for property owners down there. Just make sure everything's matching, conforming. I mean, they most likely could build back their home. I mean, it could vary between different types of, usually if it's like a non-conforming duplex, they'd have to go through the redevelopment process and they might need a variance for setbacks. An example was, down near, John's Pass, there was an apartment building that was, damaged during, Hurricane Irma, and that had to need a variance because of the setbacks. But that's what I mean. This is such a complicated issue, and it could vary even between lots. So it really varies on scenario. So some maybe yes, they can build back. Some it might be a more complicated answer, unfortunately.
Okay, thanks. There are so many residents against this that I can't vote yes for this.
Well, we'll take care of that during the vote.
And changes, we still want to handle the business people in John's Pass. So I would go with something like for this activity center, the boardwalk, the commercial area, and the traditional village, and leave the 2 sides off and then the top. I think part of the reason residents are upset is when we talked about this in the public meetings and things, we talked about floor area ratio. And it wasn't until a month ago, all of a sudden, we showed up with these density numbers. And we're not ready for this. And I don't think we should vote yes.
Okay. Is there a motion on ordinance 2023-01?
I'd like to make a motion to pass ordinance 2023-01 with the following changes. The proposed maximum density on temporary lodging of the commercial core area to be 60 with a maximum 100 with a PD bonus. I'd like to change the residential proposed max density for the transitional to 18 as recommended by staff. And the staff changes that were presented at the very end of Andrew's proposal regarding that area. And lastly, I do want to change the proposed max on the low intensity mixed use area, which is Pelican Lane, to 40, 60, with a 60 being the bonus.
Okay, excuse me, but that's not what you stated before.
While the actual existing is only 34. So that's what
Okay.
Mr. Healy and I
All right,
discussed.
I'm at the wrong lane. Okay.
I'll second.
City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Point of order. Does this take 3 votes or 4 votes to pass? Okay, thanks.
It takes 3 votes.
Commissioner Kerr,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Andrews.
Yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
No.
Commissioner Taglerini,
No.
Mayor Hendricks.
Yes.
The motion carried 3-2.
Next is ordinance 2023-02, amending FLUM to add Johns Pass Village Activity Center. First reading. Mr. Trask.
Thank you, Mayor. This is going to be a reading of ordinance 2023-02 by title only. An ordinance of the city of Madeira Beach, Florida, amending the future land use map designation of the city's comprehensive plan from commercial general, recreation, open space, residential medium, residential office retail, and resort facilities medium to activity center for the area as set forth in the accompanying legal description and Exhibit A attached hereto and made a part of this ordinance. Providing for future revitalization and development within the activity center category to be consistent with and pursuant to the procedures, guidelines, and standards of the Johns Pass Village Activity Center Plan as adopted by ordinance 2023-01. And as such plan may be implemented and administered through the adoption of a Johns Pass Village Activity Center zoning district, providing for transmittal to and consideration by Ford Pinellas and the countywide planning authority for a corresponding amendment of the countywide future land use map to the countywide plan category of activity center, community center, providing for transmittal to the Florida State Department of Economic Opportunity for the review and comment, providing for the filing of this amendment to the city future land use map in the office of the city clerk, providing for conflict, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. That was the first reading of ordinance 2023-02 by title only.
Thank you. Mr. Morris.
So this ordinance accompanies ordinance 2023-01. This ordinance updates the maps. Let me just scroll to it. So it updates our comprehensive plan map from existing to the proposed activity center, future land use category, and it. Okay. And I mean, that's basically it. It's just an accompanying ordinance to update the map categories for our map and the countywide plan map. So basically, we had to just do them as separate ordinances. So it's more of a it accompanies the existing one. I guess for future reference with any future zoning ordinance, we definitely, it's good to do public workshops and get public input because it's important to make sure that we address any community concerns. I think this plan lists a lot of unknowns can sometimes look a little scary, but once people read through it, it seems like they understand what it actually is and the benefits it is for the community. But I want to make sure that like for the future zoning ordinance, for sure, we have like a lot of public input, which it's sometimes it's tough to get people to come in because we did do it at other various planning commission BOC meetings, but it's important to meet concerns, especially on the beach side, because one of the things that was important when writing this is I wanted to make sure that no standalone commercial was allowed on the beach side, because I wanted to make sure that to protect residential and temporary lodging on that side and make sure there wasn't encroaching standalone commercial. Sorry, I know it's a lot of topic from the ordinance, but I just wanted to clarify that. But it's just the map change. Thank you.
Thank you. Floor is open for discussion. I'm good. Any public comment on this? Is there a motion?
Mr. Trask, do we have to include in the motion Mr. Kerr's changes that he did on 2023-01?
The answer is no.
Okay. I'll make a motion to, because I was going to do it, then I was going to let him do it. I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 2023-02.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Vice Mayor Andrews.
Yes.
Commissioner Kerr,
Yes.
Commissioner Taglerini,
No.
Commissioner Hudson,
No.
Mayor Hendricks.
Yes.
The motion carried 3-2.
Next is ordinance 2023-03, capital improvement program, second reading and public hearing. Mr. Trask.
Thank you, Mayor. This is ordinance 2023-03, an ordinance of the City of Madeira Beach, Florida, amending the capital improvements element of the comprehensive plan of the City of Madeira Beach to update the capital improvement program CIP schedule of capital improvements for the fiscal years 2023 through 2027, providing for conflict, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. That was the second and final reading of ordinance 2023-03 by title only.
Thank you. I think we're all quite familiar with this. Since this is the second reading, any comments or questions from the commission? Everyone good? Okay. Any public comment on this? Do I have a motion on 2023-03?
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 2023-03.
Is there a second?
Second.
City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Vice Mayor Andrews.
Yes.
Commissioner Kerr,
Yes.
Commissioner Taglerini,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
Mayor Hendricks.
Yes.
The motion carried 5-0.
Next is ordinance 2023-04, prescribing the manner of holding the March 14th, 2023 municipal election and providing for the polling locations, first reading and public hearing. Mr. Trask.
Mayor, Commissioners, this is ordinance 2023-04, an ordinance of the City of Madeira Beach, Florida, calling for a municipal election on March 14th, 2023 for the purpose of electing a mayor, providing for 2 charter amendments, providing for publication, authorizing election expenditures, identifying the Pinellas County Canvassing Board as the canvassing board for the March 14th, 2023 municipal election, providing for polling places, providing for repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith to the extent of such conflict, and providing for an effective date. That was the first reading of ordinance 2023-04 by title only.
Thank you. Any questions, comments on this one?
I'm not taking exception, but for a city that's only 2 miles long and less than 4,000 people, why do we have 2 precincts?
I think isn't one up in Seminole?
Yes,
it is. I don't know why everybody isn't mailing the ballot in at this point, but it's a whole
I
nother
just put that
story.
out there.
Yeah. Any public comment on this? Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 2023-04, prescribing the manner of holding March 14th, 2023 municipal election.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Kerr,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Andrews.
Yes.
Commissioner Taglerini,
Yes.
Mayor Hendricks.
Yes.
The motion carried 5-0.
Next is ordinance 2023-05, fees and collection procedure manual, second reading and public hearing. Mr. Trask.
Mayor Commissioners, this is ordinance 2023-05, an ordinance of the city of Madeira Beach, Florida, amending the fees and collection procedures manual that was amended by ordinance 2022-23, providing for conflict, providing for severability, and providing for an immediate effective date. That was the second final reading of ordinance 2023-05 by title only.
This mainly touches on the fee increases for sanitation in particular. Recycling. And recycling, so. Any other comments amongst the commission? Is there any public comment on this? Is there a motion to approve ordinance 2023-05?
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 2023-05.
Is there a second?
Second.
City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Vice Mayor Andrews.
Yes.
Commissioner Kerr,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
Commissioner Taglerini,
Yes.
Mayor Hendricks.
Yes.
The motion carried 5-0.
Next is ordinance 2023-08, Article 5, readoption of purchasing code and repeal of ordinance 2021-03, first reading and public hearing. Mr. Trask.
Thank you, Mayor. This is ordinance 2023-08, an ordinance of the city of Madeira Beach, Florida, amending certain sections of Article 5, purchase and contracts of Chapter 2, administration of the Code of Ordinances of the city of Madeira Beach to provide for an increase of the $15,000 sealed bids threshold to $30,000. To provide that notice to bidders shall be published on the city's website. To provide that notice for all bids may be given by posting a request for proposals on a web-based notification and delivery system used for public solicitations. To provide for the deletion of printed advertisement, posting, or publication in that portion of a newspaper normally given to legal advertisements, and for the requirement that all bids, whether posted or advertised, bear the title request for bids. To provide for deletion of the requirements of a penal bond, a performance bond, and that all bidders shall possess a municipal or county occupational license. To address non-responsive bids, to address the amount of a bid bond, to provide revisions regarding the acceptance of bids, to provide revisions regarding the evaluation of bidder responsibility, to provide that the change order shall be approved by the city manager, to provide for an increase of the dollar thresholds and the regulations governing the purchase and sales criteria. Creating section 2-194 to provide for contracts and engagements for personal and professional services of attorneys at law, financial consultants, experts, and other personal professionals without competitive bidding, repealing ordinance 2021-03 and providing for an effective date hereof. That was a first reading of ordinance 2023-08 by title only. As some background on this ordinance, you remember that this was previously adopted by the City Commission. There is no change in the ordinance other than a reference from change from city commissioners to board of commissioners and the creation of a title change that added the language relating to section 2-194. In the packet, you'll see one red line version of the ordinance. And I gave this to you so that you could see in a red line, strikeout, underline format, the changes from the code that was in existence prior to the 2021 ordinance being adopted. This is not doing anything other than creating this title for the new section 2-194. As some further background, there were some changes that were going to be made to the purchase and contracts of chapter 2 of the city code that I was working on with city staff. My senior associate, Rob Eschenfelter, who is a procurement specialist in our law firm, became aware of the fact that we were working on that. He made some suggestions to clean up a little bit, a few other sections that we weren't necessarily focused on. And so they were added into the ordinance. In addition to that, there were some comments, questions, or concerns by the finance director, Mr. Laughlin. So we addressed some of those concerns as well. That was the reason why the adoption of the ordinance took place in 2021. It was basically to clean up that section of your code. So because of the fact that it wasn't advertised with that reference to section 2-194, which was a late addition to the ordinance, I thought it'd be more appropriate to go ahead and re-advertise it, notice it, have two public hearings, so it avoids any particular challenge in that section of the code. I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
Okay, thank you. Rather than newspaper ads, we're going to electronic notifications on RFPs and whatnot. Is that?
That's correct. That's included in this portion of this, yes.
Okay. Any other questions, comments?
I just have a quick one, Tom. Besides the city commission red line, wait a minute, I think I just jumped ahead. Hold on. 2023-08, right? Hey, Clara, can we go back to putting the
Yeah, that's
numbers on here? I think you just changed the format and I am completely lost. All right, but my question back to you, Tom, I'm sorry. The only other mark out looks to be the 15 to the 30 that we approved back in 2021, correct?
Well, that change was made in.
That was made,
2021.
right?
That was
Okay, it
absolutely
is
made.
redlined on page 157. That's the only,
So what I wanted to show you is all of the changes that were made to the code in 2021, that's what this red line shows, so that you don't. So when we sit here and talk about this and about section, or creating a new section 2-194, I wanted to show you all of them. And so these are all of them that were changed in 2021.
Okay.
Okay.
And this was because we hired somebody to do work for the city and we didn't get an RFP and we want to say that that was okay and that going forward, for certain jobs, we're okay hiring somebody without an RFP.
So let me just jump in here. So this came to our attention definitely when the Healy contract issue came up, but that's not the reason why this change was made. It's done to correct it so that the title has the proper information in it so the public can understand and come here and discuss it. Okay. That's what brought it to our attention, but that's not the reason we're doing it. Okay.
So the city manager has had the $30,000. He's working under that constraint now.
Yes, but
Okay.
this ordinance is going to repeal that one and create it again.
Okay, okay.
So it's
But I'm,
gonna-
I'm looking for consistency. I'm just
Okay.
asking some questions.
Yeah.
So when you do put an RFP out and it's electronically, whether it's put on the website, it probably goes into more depth exactly what the process is. Do we solicit bids from previous vendors? Or do we bring that to their attention? Do we do anything specifically other than electronically just putting it on our website?
I mean, it's put out there for the whole world to submit a reply. We're not limiting it in any way other than we're putting it on our website and other sites that are purchasing. I don't remember the name of, there's at least one site that we've put bids on.
I guess my question is, are there extra, let's say you had, I think we looked at a electrical contract that was multiple years so that we could do minor electrical work within the city without going out for an RFP each time. When that comes back and it actually comes to the next RFP, in addition to just putting it on your website, would city staff also reach out maybe to try to get as much input from other electrical contractors? That might, I mean, is that pretty standard? So
That
we're not
is-
limiting, we're not limiting.
No,
it.
because we put it out for everybody to submit a bid. We do have a list of vendors that can sign, they can go online and sign up and enter their category. And then the bid will go to them. A lot of cities use that, but again, we have no limitations. We can send it to everyone and anyone. But to answer your question, yes, we can.
Yeah, you
We
want
will
to
make sure that we send it to prior and existing.
Good, great. That answers.
And let me just jump in. If you go to subparagraph C, subparagraph B says we're going to change from the newspaper to the city website. Subparagraph C says notice may be given by posting requests for proposals on a web-based notification and delivery system used for public solicitations. That's the question you were just asking. Is it going to go anyplace else? Yes, and that's what's provided for in subparagraph C.
Okay, I'm just want to make sure the city's putting it, if
Mhm.
ABC contractor's not watching your website, I'm just, but
Yeah,
he's done
no.
business here before, or what, whatever your requirements are, suggestions, we just want to get as much activity to the bid.
Sure,
that's
absolutely.
all.
I think the website is one that many cities use for this. So companies that are in the business of doing business with cities go to that website looking for business and looking for RFPs to answer.
What I would
Basically,
think.
put
Okay,
bids
thank you.
in on.
I have just one thing to add. It just, so the threshold, when it went from 15 to 30, but just so the commissioners that weren't on the board when that got approved, let's just clear it up real quick. The only person that has, well, I don't know if Andrew has it. I know Robin has it. Are yours up to 30 as well? As a charter officer?
No.
You have to go through Robin in order to do so. What I'm basically trying to get, they didn't like give the dopey rec director a $30,000 limit to be able to spend.
No,
Had to get RFPs after like $1,000. So it's kind of, and the reason it got raised is nothing costs $15,000. So any bid you go out for is going to be higher than that, just to give some perspective.
If we're operating under that now, nothing's come up as far as I'm concerned over the last, since it's been changed, so I'm fine with it.
Any other comments? Is there any public comment on this? Is there a motion on ordinance 2023-08?
I'd like to make a motion to pass ordinance 2023-08.
Is there a second?
Second.
City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Vice Mayor Andrews,
Hold one second. Tom, did I have to repeal the other one too?
It's included in the
Included it.
ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Commissioner Taglerini,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerr,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudson, Mayor Hendricks,
Yes.
motion carried 5-0.
Next is ABP 2023-01, Goombas Cigars. This is a quasi judicial hearing. Mr. Trask, I will give you the floor on this.
Thank you, Mayor. There's a couple of things I need to go through because your code requires it for quasi-judicial hearings. First of all, the summary of the application. Taking this directly from the memorandum that was provided by Mr. Morris, the applicant for this alcohol beverage permit 2023-01 is requesting authorization from the Board of Commissioners for the approval of a 2 COP alcoholic beverage license with stated intent to sell beer and wine for consumption on premises at Goomba's Cigar Lounge. This establishment is located in the C3 Retail Commercial Zoning District. The Madeira Beach future land use designation for this property is planned redevelopment mixed use. Next, you are to apply the standards that are set forth in section 110-532. Those are: number one, the extent to which the location and the extent to which the proposed alcoholic beverage request will be adversely affect the character of the existing neighborhood. Number two, the extent to which the traffic generated as a result of the location of the proposed alcoholic beverage request will create congestion or present a safety hazard. Number three, whether or not the proposed use is compatible with the particular location for which it is proposed. Number four, whether or not the proposed use will adversely affect public safety. And number five, that no application for review under this section shall be considered until the applicant has paid in full any outstanding charges, fees, interest, fines, or penalties owed by the applicant to the city under any section of the code. The burden of proof in this matter is the greater weight of evidence. The identity of the parties are Goomba's Cigar Lounge LLC is the applicant. There are no affected parties. No one has filed a notice of intent. The order of presentation will be a presentation by Goomba's first, followed by city. Since there are no affected parties, that we'll just hear from the public. There will be no additional argument or cross-examination. I want to read the quasi-judicial procedures. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding where the Board of Commissioners acts in a quasi-judicial rather than a legislative capacity. At this quasi-judicial hearing, it's not the board's function to make law, but rather to apply law that has already been established. In a quasi-judicial hearing, the board is required by law to make findings of fact based upon the evidence presented at the hearing and apply those findings of fact to previously established criteria contained in the Code of Ordinances in order to make a legal decision regarding the application before it. The board may only consider evidence at this hearing that the law considers competent, substantial, and relevant to the issues. If the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence of the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has met the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find in favor of the applicant. By the same token, if the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence of the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has failed to meet the criteria established in the code, then the board is required by law to find against the applicant. At this point, I need to ask the commission if there were any ex parte communications that need to be disclosed by any commissioner. Seeing all shaking no. Are there any conflicts of interest that need to be disclosed by any of the commissioners? Seeing no. At this point, I need to swear in all the witnesses. So anyone that's going to testify tonight, if you could stand up, raise your right hand, I'm going to swear you under oath. Anyone from Goomba here? Okay, you're going to testify, so you need to swear under oath. You swear that the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, Mr. Morris, yes? Okay, sir, it's now your opportunity to make any presentation that you want to the commission.
How you guys doing? My name is Juan Rivera. I'm the owner of Goomba Cigar Lounge. Just a little bit about myself. I'm just a blue collar gentleman, you know. I build bridges for a living. I'm a bridge superintendent. I built Johns Pass Bridge. I'm currently right now on the Howard Franklin Bridge. I'm trying to open other doors for myself and my family. I'm going into business with my son, and he is right here. And we're just trying to climb the ladder. That's about it. To answer your questions, I've got your answers right here. Sorry. Question number one, it would not affect the neighborhood as it would add revenue by attracting tourists and local residents. We have a ton of people. My best friend, which is my Goomba, he's a police officer for Pinellas Park Police Department. He's a detective, and they're wanting to hold their annual events there. I also have Leoman Fire Department interested in coming down and you know, holding their annual events there. I've lived in the neighborhood for 27 years. I'm from New Jersey, but you know, I love it here. I will never go anywhere else. Question number two, it would not add any additional congestion as we have plenty of sufficient legal parking. We've got a parking lot on the backside of the Daiquiri Shack area, and also the Daiquiri Shack parking lot as well is part of our facility as well. I know it's a little bit tight. It seems like a little bit tight, but once you know where the parking areas are, then it won't be a problem. Question number three, the location is definitely compatible. There are existing restaurants and businesses currently operating in the area. I know the owner of Daiquiri Shack, and in the past 5-6 months that we've been working in the location, we have been going back and forth with the Lucky Lizard. So she's happy to have us, and we're happy to be neighbors with her as well. So I think we'll fit right in. And question number four, it would not affect the public safety in a negative way, as the area is safe, and our business will be an upscale lounge. It will not be open to riffraff. We're not looking for that. That's not what we're here for. And we'll also practice safe establishment, you know. We will be IDing. We won't let anybody in there that doesn't belong. I promise you that. Anybody got any other questions for me?
Now would be the opportunity for a commission to ask any questions of the applicant. Any questions?
Just, do you have any plans to change your closing hours? It looks like weekends you're open till 1 a.m. Do you have any plans to change that to later?
Later, absolutely not. I don't think we need to. We'll be holding the same hours pretty much as Daiquiri Shack is, and that's about it. Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
Hold on a second. Anyone else have questions of the applicant?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Is there any requirement for food when you're serving?
I think Andrew will talk about that when he makes his presentation.
That's okay. That's my only question.
We had a health inspection today, and we will not have any food. We will have strictly cigars, beer, wine, coffee. That's about it. You know, we passed all our inspections with flying colors. Our building inspections, our health inspections, everything went well, so.
I'm kind of bummed. I was hoping a place like Goombas would serve a little gabagool or.
I would love to. I would love to.
Come on, man.
I would love to. Not enough room for the kitchen. That was the problem, so.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, guys.
Mr. Morris, you want to make the city staff presentation?
Okay, I know it's getting kind of late. I'll try to keep it relevant, but still hit all the points.
Can you bring the microphone closer so we can hear you?
Sorry about that. I'm gonna go through the following criteria that when considering the alcohol beverage application, the board of commissioners shall consider the following factors. The extent to which the location and extent to which the proposed alcohol beverage request will adversely affect the character of the existing neighborhood. So the sale of beer and wine for consumption on premises is an allowed use in the C3 retail commercial zoning district. To answer Commissioner Kerr's comment, the R3 zoning district is where we have that restriction where the alcohol use, or if it's classified as a restaurant. This is in the C3 retail commercial zoning district, so it's an allowed use and they're not serving food. It's just gonna be the cigars, beer and wine. It's located in a shopping plaza with a commercial area with various other businesses that sell alcohol, that have various types of alcohol licenses. So also in the future land use, the plan redevelopment, mixed use future land use designation is given the properties located within the Madeira Beach Town Center Special Area Plan. This property is located in the commercial core district, and the commercial core district, it's focused on commercial and commercial mixed use uses. So the alcohol is a compatible use and it's compatible with the zoning and future land use. The extent to which traffic generated as a result of the location of the proposed alcoholic beverage request will create congestion or present a safety hazard. The beer and wine would be sold alongside the cigars at this establishment. Cigars are a specialty product and would continue to be the primary focus of this establishment. Properties located within the Madeira Beach Town Center Special Area Plan. I do have a reduced parking requirement that's 50% less, but as see the parking on that part of the shopping center property and then throughout, and then it's since it's adding onto just this cigar, which is allowed use. So the traffic generated from this proposed alcohol beverage request would not create congestion or present a safety hazard. Whether or not this proposed use is compatible with this particular location for which it is proposed. So this establishment is not located within 300 feet of a church, synagogue, temple, or a place of religious worship. Public or private school operate for the instruction of minors or youth, recreation community center. And as stated earlier, the C3 retail commercial zone district and the planned redevelopment mixed use future land use designation allow for the sale of alcohol. The proposed alcohol use would be compatible with this location. The next criteria is whether or not the proposed use will adversely affect public safety. The requested license does not anticipate to adversely affect public safety. The subject site is along a commercial corridor and includes the uses are compatible with the establishment that serves alcohol beverages. No application for review under this section shall be considered until the applicant has paid in full any outstanding charges, fees, interest, fines, or penalties owed by the applicant or to the city under any section of the code. The applicant has no outstanding fines or penalties owed to the city under any section of the code. Based off of this criteria, staff recommends the approval of ABP 2023-01.
Any questions of Mr. Morris?
I have none.
You want your staffing report to be part of the evidence? Received
Yes,
in
sir.
evidence? Okay, thank you. No questions from the commission, sir. If you could sit down for just a moment.
sir.
Any question or anybody from the public want to step up and speak to this particular application? There being none, Mayor, it's back to the commission for consideration and approval.
Okay, is there any other input from the commission? Should I ask for a public comment on this also?
I just did, Mayor.
Okay.
Yeah, that's.
Sorry.
Yeah, we're good. We're to go.
I'm beginning to nap here. Is there a motion on ABP 2023-01 Goombas Cigars?
I will make a motion to pass the alcohol beverage permit 2023-01 Goombas cigar.
My second.
City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Vice Mayor Andrews.
Yes.
Commissioner Taglerini.
Yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerr,
Yes.
Mayor Hendricks.
Yes,
The motion carried 5-0.
welcome to the neighborhood. Next is revocation of ABP 2021-06 Supermarket. This is also a quasi judicial hearing. Mr. Trask?
Thank you, Mayor. Since the hour of the night, I just want to go through the process again, but I'm going to do it in a much Reader's Digest version. The summary of the application pursuant to the Land Development Code, Article 6, Division 6, Alcoholic Beverages, Section 110-537, revocation of alcoholic beverage zoning. Any alcoholic beverage zoning may be revoked by the Board of Commissioners upon a finding of a violation of the land development regulations, loss of a state license, or the failure to conduct the sale of alcoholic beverages for any 6-month period as demonstrated by not having a valid city occupational license for such use during the 6-month period. This establishment is located in the C3 retail commercial zoning district. Since there was a loss of the state license, revocation of the beer and wine package sales to APS alcoholic beverage license at Supermarket 14201 Gulf Boulevard here in Madeira Beach is appropriate. The standards to be applied are set forth in that section that I just read to you. The burden of proof is the greater weight of the evidence, the identity of the parties. The owner of that application is, or that license, Bright Star 7 Inc. The order of presentation would be in this particular case, since it is city driven, would be Mr. Morris. Is there anyone here on this particular application or revocation? Doesn't look like there is, so we're not going to hear from anybody else. I'm not going to reread the quasi-judicial procedures. They're the same as I just read a moment ago. Any ex parte communications with the applicant? Okay, any conflicts of interest that need to be declared? Okay, since Mr. Morris, you've already been sworn in, there's no one else here. We're going to go ahead and have you make a presentation on this particular matter.
Okay, this one is going to be a little bit confusing because as you see, there's one to revoke one license and then propose to approve basically the same license. What happened was the original license got approved, but it took additional time to renovate their building they're in, because this building has been vacant for a while. And it takes time, like dealing with like FEMA 50% and making sure everything works. So what happened was, since they weren't operating, they let their state license lapse. And unfortunately, with the way our code is set up, that if you let it, so the state license for supermarket expired September 30, 2021. From when the state license expired until late 2022, the applicant was not able to operate their business because of the renovations to the structure. The renovations were completed approximately 1 year after the state license expired. Attached to this memo is a screenshot of when the building permit was approved and when the inspection was completed. Since the state license expired more than 1 year ago, section 110-537 revocation of alcohol beverage zoning requires revocation of alcohol beverage zoning for ABP 2021-06. It's kind of a weird technicality. Because they were renovating their building, and unfortunately it took longer than expected. Honestly, this is the first one since I've been at the city seeing this happen, where there was this gap where someone let their state license lapse while they were renovating a building. And attached, we did the required public notice and the certified letter to the property owner and applicant, who was also the applicant. They bought the building. Does the board have any questions related to this? It's kind of a.
Andrew, are we voting to revoke it and give it back, or just revoke it first?
This one would be for the revocation of the existing one because of the lapse of state license. And then the one after it would, which we'd have to, Tom would have to read it out and start up the hearing for that one. But I was just trying to explain what happened, and because it's really confusing looking at the agenda, and this is like actually the first, at least since I've been at the city, since we've had something like this happen, because kind of weird technicality. But
Any other questions for Mr. Morris?
I have none.
Thank you. Anyone from the public want to speak on this particular matter? Okay, let's get back to the commission then. Mayor, there's no one from the public. There's no one here for the owner of the application or the permit. So one other thing I made to ask Mr. Morris, you want the agenda package to be included into evidence, correct?
yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So we just need a motion to revoke the APP 2021-06.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to revoke the ABP 2021-06.
So second.
Second.
City clerk, will you call the roll?
Vice Mayor Andrews,
Yes.
Commissioner Taglerini.
Yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerr,
Yes.
Mayor Hendricks.
Yes.
The motion carried 5-0.
Next is ABP 2023-02 Island Supermarket.
Okay,
Mr.
I'm
Trask.
I'm going to go through this process again fairly quickly. So the background or the summary of the application pursuant to Land Development Code, section or division, Article 6, Division 6, alcoholic beverage, the applicant for the APP 2023-02 is requesting authorization from the Board of Commissioners for the approval of a beer and wine package sales to APS alcoholic beverage license with the stated intent to sell beer and wine at Island Supermarket for consumption off premises. The address of this establishment is 14201 Gulf Boulevard here in Madeira Beach. This establishment is located in the C3 Retail Commercial Zoning District. This location was previously approved for a beer and wine package sales to APS alcohol beverage license, but during renovation of the structure, the state license expired. Since the state license expired and more than 6 months have passed, where no alcohol was sold, the applicant is required to reapply for the alcohol beverage license at this location. The standards to be applied are the same standards I read before, 110-532. The burden of proof is a greater weight of the evidence. The parties involved, the applicant is All Star 3 LLC. The order of presentation would be the applicant followed by city. There are no affected parties. The same quadrilla procedures apply that I read before. Any ex parte communications that the commission needs to disclose? No. Any conflicts of interest that need to be disclosed?
No.
No. Okay. Is there anyone here on this application? Doesn't seem to be. So Andrew, it's back to you then as
Okay.
city staff.
We did receive one public comment, that I did print out copies to include. Okay, let me go back to this staff report. When considering the alcohol beverage application, the board commissioner shall consider the following factors. The extent to which the location and extent to which the proposed alcohol beverage request will adversely affect the character of the existing neighborhood. Island supermarkets located in the C3 retail commercial zoning district. And then commercial area provides service to both permanent and transient residents, where a full range of urban services and a high degree of accessibility is required. Beer and wine package sales at a retail establishment is an allowed use in this zoning district. Gulf Boulevard's a major commercial corridor through Madeira Beach with a variety of business established along the corridor, including various businesses that sell beer and wine. Many lodging facilities and vacation rentals are located nearby along Gulf Boulevard. But on the inland side, it's C3 zoning and it's commercial. The structure previously was a more intense commercial use. There's a couple different business. I went through Google Street View over the years, and there's a couple different business. It looked like kind of coffee shop and ice cream for a bit, and then it was vacant for a very long time. The applicants did invest into the property and fixed it up because it was starting to become a unfortunately very blighted property. So it was very good to see kind of reinvestment back into the community. There is sidewalk and bike lane to it. And the proposed use is a reduction from the previous commercial use. Whether or not the proposed use is compatible with this particular location, C3 retail commercial zone district, it allows retail establishments, including convenience stores, that sell beer and wine package sales is compatible use. This establishment is not located within 300 feet of a church, synagogue, temple, or a place of religious worship. Public or private school operated for the instruction of minors or youth recreation community center. Whether or not proposed use will adversely affect the public safety, convenience stores and allowed use in C3 retail commercial zoning district. The beer and wine sold at this establishment would not be allowed to be consumed on property and would need to be consumed off premises. The proposed use would not adversely affect public safety, especially compared to having like a vacancies along a major commercial corridor are never a good thing because it's always good to have eyes on the street and not have, and also, vacancies are never good to have. The applicant has no outstanding fines or penalties owed to the city under any section of the code. Staff recommends approval of ABP 2023-02 with the following condition. This was from, we want to make sure that they do meet the parking requirement by, they need to install the bike racks that were required to meet the parking credit. And that was a condition on the previous application also. Sometimes it is a challenge with these older commercial buildings that were built pre-zoning, but we still want to make sure, because I know the community has a lot of concerns about parking, to make sure that they meet the parking, to hold them to the standards. So, but does the commission have any questions or, okay?
Any questions from the commission? No.
No.
Okay, you want your report to be received into evidence, Mr. Morris?
Yes, sir.
Okay, anyone from the public want to speak on this application today? Okay, there not being anyone from the public, Mayor, back to the commission for consideration and approval.
Okay, yes, is there a motion for approval of APB?
Please ask Andrew a question first. Do you have a, is there an entrance to from the parking lot back into the building? Are we gonna have people walking around?
It's gonna, I mean, the entrance is in the front, when I've
And
been
we're-
down there.
And we're sharing parking with the apartments and the tattoo parlor?
They don't need the apartment parking. There's, with a bike rack, there was just enough.
And the ones on
It's kind of a
Palm
weird,
Street,
it's a
yeah.
weird property because the like lots are like really next to each other. And they were showing, because, but they, on their property side, that with the bike rack credit, that was what they needed.
And they have enough.
With the bike rack, they'd have enough. That's why it's required. That's why we suggest as a condition, because it needs, but remember, these are older buildings on very tiny lots, so it's this was the way to help. In our code, we allow the bike rack to be the credit, the work help towards it, because we want to make sure they allow for a little, because it's better to have a business in the building than to have it vacant and become more and more blighted. So, I mean, it's reusing an existing older commercial structure and making sure it has an active business in it again.
Yep, it's nice to have a full. Thank you.
That land was, a lot of their land was taken for Gulf Boulevard expansion, so they're lost their ability to have parking in front of the business.
Yeah.
Andrew, I just got one quick question. I obviously I don't remember this one, that if we included the bike racks on the last one. Is that typical? Do we do that?
If they need to meet the parking credit.
Okay, so that's a one-off. I mean, I don't actually remember any other permit that came through that used bike parking as a parking spot. I mean, I'm good with it if that's your recommendation. I'd never seen that before, and I guess I just missed it on the last one.
Yeah, I mean, it's in our parking code.
Okay.
Okay, is that it? Is there a motion to approve?
I move we approve APB 2023-02 Island Supermarket.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, just want to make sure now, staff has recommended a condition in addition to it being approved. The condition the staff is requesting is completed installation of bike racks required for the parking credits. Is that part of the motion?
That is, I thought it was, I assumed it was.
Okay.
It wasn't spoken. If we need to represent the motion, we can.
The commissioner has just mentioned that's part of his motion. So as long as it's good with the second, we can go move forward with the vote.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. And is there a second?
Second.
City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Taglerini?
Yes.
Commissioner Hudson?
Yes.
Commissioner Kerr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Andrews?
Yes.
Mayor Hendricks?
Yes.
The motion carried 5-0.
Next is ABP 2023-03, the dock. Mr. Trask.
Thank you, Mayor. A summary of this application is as follows. Pursuant to Land Development Code, Article 6, Division 6, alcoholic beverages, the applicant for APB 2023-03 is requesting authorization from the Board of Commissioners for the approval of a 2 COP alcoholic beverage license with the stated intent to sell beer and wine for consumption on and off premises at the dock. The establishment is located in the C2 Johns Pass Marine Commercial Zoning District. This application is being made pursuant to section 110-534 of the City of Madeira Beach Code of Ordinances as a result of the applicant's request to change the existing 2 APS alcoholic beverage license to a 2 COP alcoholic beverage license. The parties involved. The applicant is Boardwalk Place Operator LLC. The order of presentation would be the applicant first, and followed by city staff and then the public. There are no affected parties. The same qualification procedures that I read earlier tonight are in effect. Any ex parte communications that need to be disclosed tonight?
No.
Any conflicts of interest that need to be disclosed tonight? Thank you. So I need to swear any witnesses. Anyone that's going to speak other than Mr. Morris has already been sworn. If you could raise your hand, be sworn under oath. You swear the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, Mr. Carnes, you can go ahead and present your application.
Bill Carnes, 11055 9th Street East, Treasure Island. We recently purchased Don's Dock, and there's been a fish house sales that has gone on underneath. We have fuel docks there. Currently, the license allows for package liquor. So someone pulls up by their boat, and they get some fuel, they can get 12-pack of beer, and they can go out on their boat. Our desire is to be able to serve alcoholic beverages on the dock there. So if someone wants to come by and have a beer, they can have a beer and sit and watch the dolphins go by and the manatees and that. So that's our intent. There's no really deviation from what's been going on there for years and years now. So that's my formal presentation to you there.
Any questions of Mr. Carnes from the commission? Okay.
Is the dock part of the property? Or are you talking about having a beer out on the dock?
Yeah, the dock. When we purchased that, there's the upland, which is the property to the north side of the seawall. And the docks are on the south side of the seawall. And we have a submerged land lease there. And that's where we have a dock that's right along the back of the building there. And that's where we don't want them going out onto the docks where the boats are being fueled or moored. We just want to have maybe 4 or 5 tables on the outside where we can serve drinks.
Any other questions?
Do we have bathrooms?
What's that?
Do we have bathrooms?
There's a restroom there.
Restrooms? Okay. And where are we supposed to get fish from now on?
You'll still be able to get fish there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know of a fisherman that has gone there that hadn't had a beer while they were fueling their boat.
All right.
Thank you, Mr.
I
Carnes.
caught some of my best fish in the vats that they have there when the fishermen come in. But $15.95 a pound.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Morris, you want to go ahead with the staff report?
Okay, so when considering the
Sit down, Tom.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
When considering the alcoholic beverage application, the board commissioner shall consider the following factors. The extent to which the location and extent to which the proposed alcohol beverage request will adversely affect the character of the existing neighborhood. Currently, this property has an active 2 APS alcoholic beverage license for package sales of beer and wine for off-premises consumption. The applicant proposes a change to a 2 COP alcohol beverage license that would allow for the sale of beer and wine sealed containers for off-premise consumption to continue while allowing for consumption of beer and wine on premises. The dock is located in the C2 Johns Pass Marine Commercial Zoning District. The zoning district's purpose is to recognize the unique commercial, marine, tourist, and historic value of this area. The proposed change, sorry, didn't mean to knock into that. Beverage license would be compatible with this zoning district and does not adversely affect the character of the existing neighborhood. The extent to which the traffic generated as a result of this location of the proposed alcohol beverage request will create congestion or present a safety hazard. The applicant proposes to discontinue the sale of seafood and renovate the structure to allow for the sale of beer and wine on premises. As shown in the application, they were gonna, and that this would require building permit. It was just to show where the seating would go because they need to know the seating count. And which page it is. So, but they were gonna do some renovations to interior to allow The applicant owns land across the street from the property with additional parking. The establishment is also accessible by boat. Sale of beer and wine in sealed containers, ice and soft drinks would continue like it has currently. The Madeira Beach Code of Ordinances, special parking, or section 110-954, special parking areas, reduces parking requirement by 50% for properties within the C2 zoning district. The proposed change in alcohol beverage license use will not create congestion or present a safety hazard. Whether or not the proposed use is compatible with a particular location for which it is proposed. This establishment is not located within 300 feet of a church, synagogue, temple, or place of religious worship, public or private school operate for instruction minors or youth recreation community center. Dock is located in the C2 Johns Pass Marine Commercial Zone District. It's a commercially focused district, and other nearby businesses sell alcohol within the zoning district. The proposed change in alcohol use would be compatible with this location. Whether or not the proposed use will adversely affect public safety. The establishment currently has an active 2 APS alcohol beverage license. The proposed change to a 2 COP would continue to limit the sale of alcohol to just be beer and wine. The change would be allowing for the consumption of beer and wine on premises. Since increase in intensity, the proposed change in use would not adversely affect public safety. The applicant has no outstanding fines or penalties owed to the city under any section of the code. Under recommendations, staff recommends approval of ABP 2023-03 with the following conditions. The proposed renovations to the existing structure need to be completed. Beer and wine sold for consumption off-site would need to be in sealed containers like it is currently. Beer and wine sold by the drink would need to be consumed on-site only, so just making sure everything stays conforming to what is allowed. And the city manager suggests the sale of beer and wine should end by 12 a.m.
Any questions of Mr. Morris?
Yes, I have one, and it really, this kind of pertains to everybody along there, and that's, I just want to be sure when this is done, we got like trash cans out there to where we don't have napkins blowing in the water and beer cans blowing in the water and all that kind of stuff. Just because you are going to be out over the water itself, and I think we all. Right. I'm not. He's trying. He's doing a pretty good job of keeping a straight face. We just don't want to see that stuff in our water, Bill. That's okay. Good enough. Yeah, I know. I just want to mention that and to be sure we got it in there somewhere. So you okay with that? Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Morris? No? So, Mr. Morris, you want to include your staff report into evidence, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anyone here in the public wish to address this application? Mr. Edwards, I need to swear you in. Swear the testimony you're about to give today is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay, go ahead, proceed.
Tom Edwards, it's more of a question. So in your application, you say you have 14 parking spaces across the street, but I don't know where that is.
Mr. Edwards, you can make your presentation. It's not a question and answer period.
Well, I was hoping, all I want to find out is if there's adequate parking, if it's going to be roped off for any people attending, that it would be marked so they know where to park. That's all. It's just a general question.
Okay, so anything else?
And then the other thing is, are people drinking only out on the dock, that you have tables that would prevent?
Hold on
them
a
from
second,
walking-
Mr. Carnes. Don't be answering questions.
Well,
back
to
there.
prevent them from walking off carrying beers, because it's supposed to be consumption on premises. That's the only two questions I had.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Carnes, you want to step forward and answer those questions so we can get them on the microphone?
So as I stated earlier, the dock itself is over the water. It's over the submerged land lease. And the parking on the site right now, there's, I don't know, 2 or 3 trailers and a big ice truck there. So those will all be gone. And we have 14 parking spots that are upland on our property. That's where those spots are now. And what was the other question?
I didn't know if it's gonna be chained off or marked somewhere for the people to know that's parking only for your facility, your business. That's all I,
Yeah,
yeah.
the parking will be identified.
Okay, and it's free or paid parking?
For you, it's free.
No, not free.
Yes, it's free parking.
Thank you very much. Anyone else from the public want to speak on this particular application? Okay, so Mr. Mayor, it's back before the commission for consideration and approval. And again, I'd remind you that this is an application or recommendation that has 4 recommendations. So the motion should include that if it's a motion to approve.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve ABP 2023-03, the doc?
I'll make a motion to approve 2023-03, the doc, with the following qualifications. Renovations have to be completed. Sales end at 12 a.m. Alcohol that leaves must be completely packaged, and alcohol consumed on the dock has to be finished on the dock.
I'll second.
City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Andrews.
Yes.
Commissioner Taglerini.
Yes.
Commissioner Kerr,
Yes.
Mayor Hendricks.
Yes.
The motion carried 5-0.
Thank you. Next is contracts and agreements. Ratify and after the fact Healy Consultant Services LLC agreement dated July 26, 2021, including past and through 12/30/2022 payments to consultant and waive purchasing procedures in City Code Section 2-1934. Mr. Trask,
I'd be happy to give the background on this. There's a memorandum in the city agenda package, city commission agenda package from the city manager. This is a result of a review of the records relating to the prior city manager entering into an agreement with Healy Consultant Services. After reviewing all the information that was provided, I determined that the correct process was not used in engaging Mr. Healy's services. I've advised the commission of that in my email to the commission on December 22nd at 4:01 p.m. I recommended to the city commission that you could approve and ratify the actions of the former city manager. And the way that you would do that would be by motion. When you do the motion to ratify, you would also be asking to waive those provisions in section 2-1934 related to the process that was in the code at the time relative to bidding it out or setting it out for bid. So I just want to make it absolutely clear that has nothing to do with Mr. Healy. He provided the services. He's entitled to be paid. It's just the process that we used to get there was not done correctly. And so this is the way to accomplish it by the ratifying as the city manager had set out in his recommendation to the commission on page 324 of your agenda package. I'd be happy to answer any questions if I can.
I have no questions.
So would you consider this an opportunity to avoid litigation on this matter? Or
I don't think it would ever get to that point. I
okay,
really don't.
there's some of the things
But
that
there are some people that have, brought litigation before.
so that would
This would definitely solve that issue. So that's what I'm trying to accomplish is to right the wrong.
right. I get it. Is there any risk that we would have this issue in the future?
There's always a risk, but not with Mr. Gomez behind the chair or in the chair. So
There you go.
he's taking care of business. And I don't foresee that happening again.
Very good.
My feeling is the work was done regardless, of whatever, any mistakes that were made, and we need to take care of that.
Anyone else? Any public comment on this? Is there a motion?
I'd love to make one, but I have no idea what Tom wants me to say at the moment, so.
Recommendation in the city manager's memo to you. And it's reflected on page 324 of your packet.
Gotcha.
That would be,
Well, I
to
see.
handle it.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I move we ratify, approve the after the fact HCS contract, all past and through 12/30/2022 payments, and waive the purchasing procedure set forth in the city code sections 2-194-4.
Thank you, Dave. I'll second it.
Oh, we get, all right.
No.
City clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Taglerini,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Andrews.
Yes.
Commissioner Kerr,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
Mayor Hendricks.
Yes.
The motion carried 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay, next is staff reports. And since we don't really,
Sorry, I know it's late. I do have something to say. Sorry. Every year, Pinellas County Schools and the Education Foundation sponsor the Teacher of the Year competition, and every elementary, middle, and high school selects their teacher. After that, all of those teachers go through a process of approval, and they narrow it down to the top 10 out of nearly 7,000 teachers. He'll be embarrassed for me to say this, but my husband is one of those top 10. And the final, yeah, that's it, right? The final decision will be made on February 8th. And if that sounds familiar, that's our next board meeting. And I'd like to request that we hold the meeting early that day, so I don't have to miss it. I'd like to be there to attend that presentation at Mahaffey Theater. I think he's going to win. I'd like to be there.
What time are you suggesting?
As early as we can stomach. I would say 2. If it has to be 3 or 4, I'll wing it, but
I thought you were gonna say 7 a.m. and I know
Oh.
the mayor doesn't get up anywhere
no.
near
Tom?
that early.
Are there any time requirements for certain types of ordinances that require it to be after a certain time in the afternoon?
no.
I don't know what ordinances are on the agenda
Yeah.
for that day.
These are just regular.
None of
Not
them
a
are.
millage rate ordinance or
Okay.
anything. It has to be after 5 o'clock.
So, but if it was advertised to be at 6 PM in those notices, then it needs to be at 6 PM.
We haven't advertised yet.
Okay.
We've got the advertisement prepared and ready to send to the papers after this meeting of what was approved. And all we had to do is change the time.
Gotcha. There's your answer.
So 2 o'clock would work best for you. Okay,
thank you.
And what date was that? And so I have a.
February 8th.
February 8th. Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, now to staff reports. And since we don't have any staff here other than you folks right there, have y'all got anything for us?
I'm good. I don't have any more items. I think I've kept you guys here. late
Thank
enough.
goodness. Thank
Good work tonight, Andrew. We'll
Nice job. Next is agenda setting for our BOC workshop. I've got a couple of things, and one y'all may say, nah, let's not do that. One is, and I don't know if this needs to be on a workshop or we just need enforcement. That's derelict docks that are just falling apart and the wood's floating away. We may already have things on the books that would take care of that. Otherwise, can we get something on the books to require them just
You have,
to?
you have a provision in your code that already
So,
addresses
Okay.
that.
Good
And
enough.
code enforcement is following up as,
Okay,
and then we've received additional support from the sheriff's Marine unit.
okay, good. Also concealment of the waste containers rather than having garbage cans constantly sitting out in front of homes. I'd like to discuss concealing those either on the side of the yard with something in front of them or in the garage.
Mayor, we are drafting an ordinance dealing with trash containers and we've already addressed that in the draft.
Okay,
And the way that we're currently addressing it is that they have to be at the curb before 7 a.m. and they have to be back at 7 p.m. I think is the way it was drafted. The other way around.
Yeah.
The other
that
way
they
around.
be, you cannot put them out before 7 p.m. the day before the collection, and then you must remove them by 7 p.m. on the day of the collection.
There you go.
but also, I mean, a lot of them are not concealed. They just stay in front of the house for permanently.
Yeah, we need to change a section of our, the discussion, what we'll recommend is to change a section of our code that currently does allow for concealed, as you stated, with certain, I don't remember the exact term, but certain coverings. And we can discuss whether to change that or not, and that would force them to place them on somewhere where they're not as visible.
Yeah, other than in front of the house or even some of the houses, you can look on the side of the house and there's a row of garbage cans there and it's.
Okay.
So just me, but I think it would clean the city up a lot and we do, you know.
Yeah, we
I'm
have
one of
that for
5.
scheduled proposed ordinance requiring that.
Okay.
So we adding
And-
it for the,
So the January
agenda?
25th workshop.
And
You guys are just going to do it.
No, we're gonna have a discussion.
want to discuss it. And deed restrictions on the marina, Tom, can those be amended to where that property is not all chopped up to where we can have the ability to do things there? I don't even know if we've got the ability to build back the Public Works building there right now.
So that's something obviously we can look into, but my recollection was that was a requirement of the sale. And so if that was a requirement of the sale, we would literally have to go back to the seller of the property and get approval from that seller to make changes to those restrictions, if they're still alive.
Okay.
There may be some other restrictions. Obviously, I wasn't prepared to discuss this tonight
Yeah.
relative to the state creating them. And if they're state created, then there is also an avenue to address them as well. But it's going to be a lengthy process.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
wondering if that's not something we should start looking into,
Okay, did you want to put that on the workshop then?
please.
Okay. Yep. You got it.
That's all I've got.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, there's two of them I have as well. I don't know if they'll take long or not, and maybe Tom will tell me that we probably shouldn't talk about this immediately. But I don't know if you guys, everybody on the dais knows, the sunshine violation case that was waged for the last year and a half, the court settled, or no, I'm sorry, the court's found in favor of the defendants. Two of them sit up here on the dais right now. Like I said, it's going to sound vindictive, but we've paid attorneys' costs for other people's attorneys when we've lost a case. I would like to at least take a look at the fact of going after, it's taxpayer money, the money that we spent defending ourselves against this sunshine violation case that, I know there's still an appeals process and the likes of that, Tom. So I don't know if we can talk about that now or not. But I would like to at least try to put a deterrent in there that people aren't just going willy-nilly after us anymore. I mean, we've been pinatas up here for way too long. It's finally nice to be on the right side of one, but I'd like to pursue that.
I can address that right now. So under Florida law, there's only two ways to get attorney's fees as a prevailing party in litigation. One is if it is a action based upon contract. In other words, there's agreement. If you breach a contract, that the non-prevailing party would have to pay the prevailing party attorney's fees. The other is if there is a statutory provision that says that the prevailing party will get their attorney's fees. Unfortunately, in that type of litigation, there is no attorney fee provision in the statute. The only way to be able to go after them then would be to have the legislature change the law, the statute. So I don't want you to spend any more time thinking about this. I did talk in depth with Jay, who was handling the litigation about this issue, and they are not recoverable. Yeah.
I just thought it's fair to the public that we at least addressed it, and you just did, so that's great. So you can cross that one off. What was the other one? Okay, that's all I have. Thanks.
For the planning meeting, I would think it was on November 28th. People on Gulf Lane were talking about the beach access and having a lot of people coming back into the neighborhood. Is there anything that we can do to improve that?
Signage and enforcement, but that's, I mean, pretty much just additional signage directing visitors to stay away from private property and only utilize the public rights of way. Other than that, I mean, can potentially have a sheriff's deputy sit out there and during the times, but it's very difficult. Some property owners have added fencing, which improves it, but not 100% of the time.
Okay. Strike it then.
And by the way, we have added signage or updated our beach signs with essentially what you're not allowed to do. But and we're constantly reviewing that because we may be adding signage relating to dogs on the sand because it continues to be just a big issue. And we're trying to even be creative and perhaps come up with something very far out there that we even possibly may lead to a city mascot. And the mascot would remind people of what the city rules are and just different colored signage, different shapes, something that sort of Disney-esque is what staff has discussed. So just, I'll leave it at that, but trying to be overly creative.
I can see Vice Mayor
Well, you two fellows are gonna have a lot
Andrews
of time on your hands in a
in-
couple of months.
in
That
a
could be
suit.
another thing.
Mascot suit.
in a
But
short.
we're at
suit.
that point where we just need to be take a different direction in the creativity because it's just a lot of, it's not working. I sent an email today to somebody who claims they still did not see any parking signs at John's Pass. We counted, we have 115 signs telling you to pay to park. So, and some of them are bright and blue as you're driving into the village. We still have a few more to add, but so we need just a little more creativity.
Well, we've had to pay to park in John's Pass Village ever since I can remember. So people that tell me they've been coming here for 20 years and they've never paid for parking, and then they're all upset because they got a parking ticket. Well, I don't know what to tell them other than pay the ticket. You got away with it for 20 years.
Robin, the new signs are great, by the way. I mean, they definitely stand out. If anybody has a complaint now, they got it. I mean, they really stand out. So good job.
So
I just have,
for the workshop.
well, I don't know if it's a workshop thing or not. Let's talk about it for a second. It's come to my attention that FEMA changed their rules in 2021, I believe. And if you elevate your home, you no longer qualify for reduced flood insurance rates. And so I'm starting to, the question was proposed to me, well, we have we govern the planning department by the 50% rule. And I know there's other reasons that we follow FEMA and we try to get the best CSR rating we can to reduce insurance rates. But that whole discussion, I think needs to be had. What are the advantages of really working towards the best CSR rate? Is it strictly the mortgage, being able to get federal mortgages? Is that really the only benefit we're getting? Because a lot of homes, I think, would improve substantially if they didn't have to elevate, because elevation, now you're talking about $1 million home, and a lot of people don't want to do that or can't do that.
I have got to say, unless that's changing, flood insurance rates are much lower if you're elevated. And I can say that because my fiance's home is elevated on Sunset Beach, and her flood insurance runs
I
a
just,
couple $100 a year.
well, that's what it used to be, but I'm being told, I don't have an elevated home, but someone that does was notified by their insurance company, and now they're paying for the first time that went from like 500 to 2,500 for flood insurance.
Well, we could take a look at that. Yeah, that's.
I'd like to,
first I've heard of that.
I'm not saying it's necessarily a workshop item, but I'd like to know
No.
more
Look into it.
and basically have staff come back and say, this is why we follow. I think it's the main one is the insurance. We get a discount. I don't know if it's 15% or what it is. And the second one is because of federal mortgages, Freddie Mac or Sally Mae or whatever. But those two set aside, I'd just like to make sure we're doing the right thing and working with that 50% rule in our zoning.
We'll bring it up, I think, at the February
Yeah.
Workshop.
Got anything for us? Nope. Okay, now for Board of Commissioners reports, correspondence. Does anyone have anything?
Nothing.
One thing I would like to say, and this is just a comment, is that several people said that I had directed Mr. Daniels to hire Mr. Healy. It's absolutely not true. If anyone would like to check on that, I've got Mr. Daniels' phone number right here. So that was an out and out lie. Anyone else have anything? Mr. Trask, have you got anything else for us?
No, sir.
Mr. Gomez, have you got anything else?
Just very quickly, we will have our December monthly update at the workshop. It'll be released, if not tomorrow, by Friday, but we'll have the update at the workshop due to the holidays and just New Year and lots of projects. Just a reminder, recycling began January 4th, our new vendor Waste Pro. We did have a very good participation last week as well as today. So definitely do appreciate. We'll have a report hopefully at the February regular meeting as to what the collection and how well I think our residents did, but definitely appreciate everybody's patience and support in doing that. You see here in the chambers, these 5 pull-up boards. This was a project by a honors college class at USF St. Pete last year. And this was their end product. The first board begins sort of at the entryway, and it goes over a little bit about the history of Madeira Beach and the evolution, and from our being such a coastal community to fishing to tourism. So please, take a look. And there is a little table. We're waiting to get the results. This was displayed at Heritage Village for 6 months at a little cottage that's located at Heritage Village. And they had a little survey asking people by choosing a shell, whether they were yes or no to dredge Johns Pass. So since we do have the funding to dredge Johns Pass, the answer should be pretty straightforward, but either way, that's available for the public. We'll have this here probably for the next several months and encourage people to stop by and see it. And we're open 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Also, we revised our city hall, the lobby out here. Come stop by, take a look at our city store. We have lots of items to show your Madeira Beach pride, from shirts, hats to decorative license plates, et cetera. And lastly, please encourage everybody to attend Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of this week, Friday the 13th, Saturday the 14th, Sunday the 15th, their Johns Pass Seafood and Music Festival. I know it's a seafood festival, but I think a lot of the big draw is the music, and there are quite a few bands that will be playing on 5 different locations, 4 different stages. So encourage everybody to come out, walk, take Uber, Lyft. There will be a trolley that will be picking up here at City Hall, Archibald, Winn-Dixie lot, starting Friday, I think at 4 p.m. And then Saturday and Sunday that you can park at, others don't live out here, can park at the Madeira Beach Fundamental and ride the trolley all the way down to the village and enjoy the festival.
That's so. They did an outstanding job on the lineup for the bands this year.
Very good band. So the lineup is on the city's website for any questions. That's all. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioner.
Thank you. One thing I would like to do also is thank Mr. Healy for all the work he's put in for the city and all really kind of the abuse you've taken over the past few months in particular. But thank you so much. I know we had one of the best experts around to help draft this Johns Pass Village area. So I want to thank you personally for all you have done. Thank you. That's all I've got. Anyone else? Well, with that, this meeting is adjourned at 10:50 p.m.